doing.
So that
Amigues. Good evening, everyone. This is the city clerk for the city of West Hollywood. Our city council meeting will begin momentarily. If you could remain muted and keep your camera turned off until it is your turn to speak, that would be appreciated. Thank you so much.
Madam City Clerk, are we ready?
Yes, Mayor, we are ready to go.
Okay, so before we begin, opening our opening statement for our virtual meetings in compliance with California Governor Gavin Newsom's executive order to protect public health and prevent the spread of COVID-19. This city council meeting is being conducted by a teleconference on the city's website and is also provided on a wide array of streaming media platforms to offer access to the public to the fullest extent possible. WehoTV staff have confirmed that this city council meeting is currently streaming successfully on Spectrum Channel 10 and online at weho.org/WehoTV. In addition, and as a courtesy, this meeting is also successfully streaming on the city's YouTube channel at youtube.com/WehoTV and on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. WehoTV staff monitor this broadcast on all platforms throughout the meeting and will notify the city clerk and council should broadcast disruptions arise. Please do not interrupt the live meeting by calling or texting the council about difficulties viewing the meeting. If you're experiencing viewing difficulties while watching this live stream, please reload the page or visit weho.org/WehoTV to access our official live stream and to view a list of other available streaming options. In addition, you may call in to listen to this meeting by dialing 669-900-6833. The meeting ID is 946-3099-4369. Then press the pound sign. Please understand that internet speeds, device reliability, third-party platform reliability, and individual or personal technical issues are out of the scope of the broadcast. WehoTV has published a guide at weho.org/WehoTV to troubleshoot your connection. And if you're still having difficulties connecting to the meeting, you can also call 323-848-3151 for help. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Last week, I had the pleasure of speaking to the Brownie Troop 2825. Tonight, Alexa, Finley, Georgia, Ayla, and Zelda will be leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Georgia muted.
1, 2, 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all so much. It's so nice to see you here with us tonight, and thank you for all the work that you're doing to inspire people. And what a way to start Women's History Month with you leading our meeting. Thank you. I also want to acknowledge that the city's flags are being flown at half-staff in honor of longtime resident, activist, and icon Ivy Bottini. And now we'll turn to a roll call. Madam City Clerk.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Present.
Councilmember Shine.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Here.
Mayor Horvath.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. We'll now get a report of our closed session agenda from our city attorney.
Thank you very much. Good evening. The City Council convened a closed session at 5:30 this evening. There was one member of the public who spoke on public comment. The Council discussed the items on the posted agenda. Under item 4A, the Council took no reportable action. On item 5A, the Council decided to file and join in an amicus brief in the listed case as a friend of the court. And the Council voted to add an urgency item 5B to the agenda, a matter of threatened litigation under Government Code 65956.9D2. This is a matter of threatened litigation based on a letter threatening litigation filed with the city after the posting of the agenda on February 25th, and a subsequent email from lawyer Rod Pacheco sent to the city after close of business on Friday evening, the 26th, confirming the threat of litigation. The letters are related to a dispute over operation of a restaurant in violation of COVID orders, and the letters are available on file with the city clerk. Accordingly, the matter came to the attention of the city after the posting of the city council agenda and required immediate action. The council voted to add the urgency item to the agenda, discussed the matter of threatened litigation, and took no reportable action. The closed session meeting adjourned at 6:03 this evening. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Madam City Attorney. I'll now turn to approval of our agenda tonight. Would like to note I've received many comments about the length of our meetings, so I just want to recommend to all of us on the council, we do our best to keep our comments brief and succinct so we can keep the discussion moving along. Madam City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda from our staff?
No, Mayor, there are no changes from staff.
Okay. I think we had talked about tabling item 2F earlier today. Paul, is that right? Is that still the case?
Yeah, the short answer is yes. No one, it's just nobody told the city clerk. So yes, we're tabling 2F for refinement on that item.
Okay. And are there any other changes to the agenda tonight? Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to see, I have a couple, so I'll go slow. Potentially 4D, which is the urgency and regular ordinances regarding premium pay for grocery workers that we discussed. It was the second part that was coming back to us.
I have discussion on that. If we can keep it on the agenda, please.
Happy to. My other one was 5A.
Which is 5A.
Sorry, contract amendment 2 for services with Veronica Tam and Associates, Inc. for the housing element services. Okay. And then I had 6A. And then I will try one more. I don't, fingers crossed. I was going to try and move 5C, but, oh, great. Look at that. Thank you. That's all I had on my agenda, Mayor.
Okay. Are there any other changes? Councilmember Shine.
I would like to move 4C protected bike lanes to consent.
I think we want to discuss that with the bike and ped plan. So that way we can have it as part of the full discussion. It looks
Okay.
my Mayor Pro Tem Meister had wanted to do the same thing. So
Okay.
good to know.
Can we move both of them to consent?
Lauren says no. So
Please no.
and how about I'm going to try one. How about item 5D, which is the initiative to encourage compliance in the business tax certificate program?
Heck yes.
Yes.
That's some enthusiasm. All right.
And I would like to discuss item 2I, which is regarding a memorial.
So you'd like to
Or I
pull
can just make my comments. I plan to support it, but I wanted to give some additional direction.
Okay, why don't we try it in your comments? And if it's so extensive that we're not in agreement, then we'll pull it for fuller discussion.
Great, thanks.
Okay, so to review, we're tabling item 2F, which is the Human Rights Speaker Series Guidelines and Review Process. And we're adding items 5A, which is the contract amendment, 5C, which is the Urban Art Program Guidelines, 5D, the initiative to encourage compliance in the business tax certificate program, and 6A, an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood amending Title II, Article 1 and Article 4 of West Hollywood Municipal Code to consent. If there are no other changes, I'd entertain a motion.
Make a motion.
Moved by Councilmember Shine, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Meister. Madam City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just need to read into the record the first reading, which is an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood amending portions of Title II, Article 1, Section 2.08, and Article 4, Section 2.88 of the West Hollywood Municipal Code is on first reading tonight on consent. Councilmember D'Amico,
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson,
Yes.
Councilmember Shine,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister,
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
We have an agenda.
Excellent. That's always helpful. Now we will turn to adjournment motions. Who would like to begin? Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Jay Jasper, who I just learned passed away in December unexpectedly. Jay Jasper was our neighbor, friend, and an active member of West Hollywood for many years. But what many of you may not know is that Jay was a famous award-winning creative director at the advertising agencies of Ogilvy and Mather and Young and Rubicon. His colleagues fondly eulogized Jay, calling him a gentleman with not only brains, but also a hilariously cutting wit. And Jay was such a great creative person with a wonderful sense of humor, great taste, intelligent, and always a kind and thoughtful human being. Jay was a deputy creative director of Ogilvy Mather in New York, and then the executive vice president and creative director of Young and Rubicon in San Francisco before moving to West Hollywood. Jay was very well known for many ad campaigns, but it was his campaign for Paco Rabanne that studied in advertising classes. Ogilvy was not known for using sex to sell products, and Jay changed that with the sexy shirtless man laying in bed drinking wine as he talked on the phone. The dialogue text created a mini sensation. Was the man talking to a woman or a man? This 1985 ad for Paco Rabanne men's fragrance won Jay the Kelly Award from the Magazine Publishers Association for Best Print Advertising of the Year. More importantly, it created renewed buzz for Ogilvy and Mather as an exciting creative advertising agency. I'd like to send our deepest sympathy to Jay's partner, Brian, and Jay, we'll miss you. Thank you.
Anyone else like to make an adjournment motion? Okay, I have a few this evening. First, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Ivy Bottini, who was a pioneering lesbian and feminist activist. Born in 1926 on Long Island in New York, Bottini earned a certificate in advertising, graphic design, and illustration at the Pratt Institute School of Art in Brooklyn in the early 40s. She worked in art and ad agencies in New York City before working at Newsday for 16 years, a job she left to relocate to California in 1971. In 1966, she helped co-found the first chapter of National Organization for Women. It was with her chapter of NOW that Bottini and several women took a ferry to the Statue of Liberty with fabric stuffed under their dresses as if they were pregnant. When they arrived at the Statue of Liberty, they connected their fragments of fabric and it read the call to action, "Women of the world, unite." Bottini pushed for lesbian rights within the organization, but in 1970, NOW's president, Betty Friedan, who didn't see lesbian activism as part of the women's rights movement, expelled Bottini and all the others out of the organization. A fierce advocate for LGBTQ rights in 1978, she fought the Briggs Initiative, which sought to ban gays and lesbians from teaching in California public schools. In 1981, Bottini was appointed by Governor Jerry Brown as commissioner for the California Commission on Aging, making her the first out lesbian or gay person to be appointed to a state board or commission. She continued her activism through the AIDS epidemic, co-founding AIDS Project Los Angeles. Bottini continued her activism throughout her life as the founder of the Los Angeles Lesbian Gay Police Advisory Board, a co-chair of the Lesbian Gay Advisory Board for the City of West Hollywood, and a founder of the nonprofit Gay and Lesbian Elder Housing. Ivy was a longtime resident of West Hollywood, a fixture at many meetings, and a friend and mentor to many within our community. She will be missed, but her legacy will live on forever. We extend our sincerest condolences to her family members, and we hold close in our hearts all of the fond memories we have of Ivy, some even in our council chambers that we can think of as we conduct our meeting this evening. And we know that we can look up and see Ivy. Ivy will look down on us and she'll always be watching. And we thank her for inspiring many generations to come to become activists. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of John Matrulli, who was a resident on Palm Avenue. He's missed by his neighbors in the Actors Fund building, and we extend our condolences to his friends and family. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of Fred Siegel, who was a fashion icon whose career spanned 6 decades. In 1961, he helped to create a retail scene that defined Los Angeles fashion, sparked a revolutionary shift in style, and he pioneered the shop-in-shop concept and experiential retail, resulting in a brand that built on heritage, inclusivity, and love. His namesake store is located now on Sunset Boulevard in West Hollywood, and he himself is an icon. Finally, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Dixie McKee, who was a 36-year resident of Kings Plaza in West Hollywood. Her smile was as bright as her red hair. She loved movies, theater, and dining out in West Hollywood, and she never left her home without being gussied up, as they say, including her bright red lipstick. We extend our condolences to Dixie's family and friends. And now we'll move to presentations. We'll start today with Councilmember Erickson to make a special presentation to Black Women Lead.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I have the great privilege of giving this presentation today. It's an amazing day to not only start off Women's History Month, but to present it to Black Women Lead. And I believe Shannon Morton is here from Black Women Lead. So it says, whereas Black Women Lead is a nonprofit organization formed in Los Angeles, California after the killings of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, and whereas after organizing a successful birthday for Breonna Taylor event on June 6, 2020 at Pan Pacific Park, where over 2,000 people attended, the organizers decided to make Black Women Lead an official nonprofit to continue to amplify Black women's and underrepresented voices and leadership abilities within their own communities in Los Angeles and surrounding areas. And whereas Black women have led this country since the beginning, and this organization aims to amplify more Black leadership in this moment by being at the forefront of human rights movement, speaking out against murders committed by police, campaigning against violence and systemic racism, and advocating for anti-racist policies, defunding the police, investing in communities, and prosecuting killer cops. And whereas Black Women Lead has organized many community events, including rallies, protests, speaking engagement, and food drives, provided community meals and groceries to help fight food insecurity, and has helped build substantial partnerships with like-minded organizations and companies like Midnight Mission, Covenant House, and Colin Kaepernick's Know Your Rights Camp. And whereas, in addition, Black Women Lead has focused on voter enrollment and supporting Black female candidates, providing reproductive resources to Black women, and creating additional educational content to elevate and celebrate Black women. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby presents this proclamation to Black Women Lead for bringing awareness to social, racial inequities through rallies, protests, and events, and their commitment to helping members of their community thrive. And I think Shannon is on, I don't know, City Clerk?
I'm on.
Oh, there you are.
Shannon, you can go ahead and turn on your camera if you would like.
Can I?
You may.
Okay.
Yes.
This, it says I can't, but it says I can't start the video, but if you can hear me, I'd love to say thank you. And I would love to say thank the City of West Hollywood for helping this Black woman to amplify other voices. And we can go so many places if we were all together and doing this and fighting for the same cause. I got you, you all have me, and it's just really nice. Councilman Erickson and Councilwoman Shine. It's just been it's been a hard year, but with everyone, we've gotten through it, and it's been really fun. Not fun, I guess, but it's been really meaningful and impactful to have you all recognize us.
Now we can see you.
Can you see me now? Did you hear that?
We did. We heard
Okay,
it all.
there it is. I'm gonna keep it brief, but yeah, it's been a tough year, but we're all in this together. And the city of West Hollywood, I thank you for recognizing the work we do, and I hope we can do more.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all of the work that you're doing and leading by example.
Thank you.
And next, we have a presentation for National Women's History Month. I believe we have representatives from the Women's Advisory Board here to make this presentation. The month of March is nationally recognized as Women's History Month, a time to commemorate and reflect upon the many accomplishments of women and the ongoing efforts to achieve equal rights. National Women's History Month provides an excellent venue to recognize and celebrate women's historic achievements, as well as an opportunity to honor women within our communities. The city has celebrated National Women's History Month for 34 years, and together with our Women's Advisory Board, we work to ensure that programming reflecting women's diverse achievements is offered throughout this month. Activities for Women's History Month in 2021 include collaborations and contributions with the city's Russian Advisory Board, the Transgender Advisory Board, the Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission, along with the city's Arts Division. Highlights include the Women's History Month street pole banners displayed along Santa Monica Boulevard, the International Women's Day celebration, WeHo reads In Your Face, Women Writing Truth, Mashup Contemporary Dance Company's 5th Annual International Women's Day Dance Festival, Ruth Bader Ginsburg Day celebration, International Transgender Day of Visibility, virtual screenings of the Transvagina Diaries, and the 25th Annual Women in Leadership Awards and Reception. Wow, 25 years. The City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby proclaims the month of March 2021 as National Women's History Month in the City of West Hollywood. We urge members of the community to participate in these celebration activities. And here is our proclamation to virtually present to our Women's Advisory Board members who are here with us. And they are going to share with us a little bit more about all that you can expect for Women's History Month this year.
Thank you so much, Mayor Horvath and all of the city council members. We're so excited to be here. I believe we have a short presentation that was recorded at our last board meeting to show to the council, and then we will excitedly announce our honorees for this year's Women's History Month. Women don't need to find their voice. They need to feel empowered to use it, and people need to be encouraged to listen. The Duchess of Sussex, Meghan Markle.
A feminist is a person who believes in the power of women just as they believe in the power of anyone else. It's equality. It's fairness. Actress Zendaya.
I urge everyone here and everyone who hears my voice to join me in telling the stories that aren't told, to honor the girls, the women of color who are murdered at disproportionate rates in this nation. I urge each of you to help me write the narrative for this world and understand so that these women are not forgotten. Activist Naomi Wadler.
2020 was a year like no other. While globally we all faced the virus, it was in community that we all came together to keep each other safe.
This Women's History Month 2021, we honor the resilience of women.
We honor our healthcare and hospital workers who put their lives on the line to protect those we love.
We honor our essential workers who kept our world running and homes supplied.
We honor all stay-at-home and working parents and caretakers who now have to be full-time chefs, referees, entertainers, and educators.
We honor our teachers who adapted to online teaching and kept kids engaged and active.
And while the list goes on, we acknowledge that women have had to go above and beyond this last year, and we show our reverence and support to all they have overcome and worked through.
Last year, our Women's History Month celebrations were cut short, but we come back stronger this year.
The centennial anniversary celebration of the women's right to vote got pushed back. And while it has only been 55 years for minorities and women of color, we see just how much women can impact their community through voting advocacy.
2021, we are much closer to the passing of the Equal Rights Amendment, and conversation of inclusion and equality are finally at the forefront.
We have a lot to be proud of. We are women. We are resilient. Happy Women's History Month!
Thank you, City Council, for having us. We are so honored and excited to be here. The city's Women's History Month banner project began back in the mid-1990s. Currently, there are over 50 banners displayed along Santa Monica Boulevard until the end of the month. We are proud to continue the tradition of recognizing the contributions of women in this way. Tonight, we will be unveiling the artwork for this year's 2 new banners. First, we have the banner for Alicia Garza. Alicia Garza is principal at Black Futures Lab and co-founder of the Black Lives Matter Global Network. Alicia believes that Black communities deserve what all communities deserve, to be powerful in every aspect of their lives. An author, political strategist, organizer, and cheeseburger enthusiast, Alicia founded the Black Futures Lab to make Black communities powerful in politics. She's the co-creator of #Black Lives Matter and the Black Lives Matter Global Network, serves as a strategy and partnership director for the National Domestic Workers Alliance, and is a co-founder of Supermajority, a new home for women's activism. Alicia has become a powerful voice in the media and frequently contributes thoughtful opinion pieces and expert commentary on politics, race, and more to outlets such as MSNBC and the New York Times. She has received numerous accolades and recognition, including being on the cover of Time's 100 Most Influential People in the World issue and being named to Bloomberg's 50 and Politico's 50s list. She is the author of the critically acclaimed book, The Purpose of Power: How We Come Together When We Fall Apart. And she warns you, hashtags don't start movements, people do.
Awesome. I am excited to share our next honoree, Michaela Mendelson, who's actually joined us this evening. So I will tell you a little bit about Michaela, and then we can actually hear from the icon herself. I would like to introduce to you our next banner honoree for Women's History Month, Michaela Mendelson, CEO, founder, and board chair for Trans Can Work, a business leader and activist. Michaela is a transgender activist, public speaker, groundbreaker, and businesswoman with over 40 years of entrepreneurial leadership experience. She founded Trans Can Work, California Workplace Project, whose mission is to make California a trans-positive workplace and a model for the rest of the nation. Trans Can Work works closely with major employer groups, educating management to create an environment for workplace diversity, connecting job seekers with employers to create entry-level jobs with pathways to management. Trans Can Work has formed a coalition with the LA LGBT Center Trans Latina Coalition, and the Trevor Project, and works closely with other major LGBT groups to achieve their goals. Their current project with the California Restaurant Association will include a series of HR and educational seminars for restaurant operators across the state. Michaela's personal mission is to help trans women find employment, social acceptance, and encourage them on the path to raise families of their own. She is currently the CEO of Pollo West Corp., one of the largest franchises for El Pollo Loco restaurants in the western region of the United States. Michaela joined the Trevor Project as the first transgender board member in 2015. She works to expand their outreach and effectiveness to the trans community throughout the country. Michaela is an active public speaker on LGBT issues with nearly 200 engagements since 2011. She speaks at a variety of venues, including regularly at universities and the Los Angeles Museum of Tolerance. She speaks passionately about a wide range of transgender and LGBTQ subjects. She was recently the first transgender contestant in the Miss Senior California pageant and worked with Jenji Cohen as a consultant on Orange is the New Black in the development of Laverne Cox's character. She was born in New York City and moved to Southern California as a child, where she has lived since. She was married for over 30 years and is the proud parent of 3 grown children. In 2008, she legally changed her name to Michaela Irby Mendelson and her gender to female. She now lives with her partner, Carmel, and their son, Isidore. Thank you, Michaela, for your amazing leadership and activism. We are so proud to recognize your contributions with this National Women's History Month banner. Michaela, would you like to say a few words?
Now that I'm off mute, yes. Hi, thank you very much. I want to update that intro to say that we have our 7-year-old Isidore and our 21-month-old Livia. And we, as a family, thank you for this award. I accept the award on behalf of all the trans people in the city of West Hollywood, the state of California, all over the US that we try to help. I have a problem with the word icon. Like everyone else, I'm just someone who sees a need and tries to fill it. But thank you very, very much for this honor.
We're so glad you got to join us. Please be sure to check out all of the Women's History Month virtual programming, which is listed online on the city's website at weho.org. And a few highlights this coming weekend, there will be 2 International Women's Day programs. So save the date for our Ruth Bader Ginsburg Day celebration on March 19th and on March 25th, where we'll be hosting the 25th annual Part 2, because of 2020, Annual Women in Leadership Awards. Thank you so much for having us tonight.
Thank you all for the work that you do every day. I know that you get a spotlight on you this month, but we thank you for the work that you do each and every day to advance women and girls in our community. Thank you. And we have 2 more presentations. First, we'd like to present to Fred Summers, who's part of the SOVA Community Food and Resource Program, the Senior Nutrition Program, which are operated by Jewish Family Service and funded in part by the City of West Hollywood. This program provides meals for older adults, people with diverse abilities, and community members who are low income. Fred Summers was the director of SOVA program for the last 14 years and the director of the Senior Nutrition and Transportation programs for the last 4 years. During his tenure in West Hollywood, Fred helped many extremely vulnerable community members to access food and has done so with the utmost patience, dedication, hard work, knowledge, and compassion. Through his role,
not working.
he had, well, I hear Fred. I'm so excited to see him. During his tenure in West Hollywood, Through his role, he has exemplified the shared values of Jewish family service and the city of West Hollywood to respect and support people and recognize and value the inherent dignity of all people. We want to thank Fred for his dedication to the West Hollywood community, extend our best wishes to him in his retirement. And on behalf of the City Council, we have a proclamation here for you, Fred, that we will make sure you're able to receive. And if you'd like to share a few words, please feel free to do so.
Well, for starters, it looks like my video is not working right now. I don't know, Mike. I don't see my camera lit up, so we'll just have to rely on old-fashioned audio. But first of all, Mayor Horvath and City Council members, thank you so much for this honor. I do appreciate it very much. The collaboration that has existed for now about 35 years between Jewish Family Service, for SOVA before it was Jewish Family Service even, and the city of West Hollywood has been, I think, a wonderful thing for people who, for your constituents, but it's not surprising because you have a commitment to your constituents that exceeds what I've seen in any other municipality. You folks are just terrific. I've had the pleasure to work over the years with so many of you, Leslie, Craig, Corey, the other Corey, Perry, Derek, Kim, Joan, Diane, Elizabeth, Katie, David, of course. It's been, there have just been so many opportunities for close collaboration. During the 15 or nearly 15 years I've been with the program, SOVA, was first on Beverly Boulevard, and then we relocated to La Brea, and then we briefly operated a pop-up at St. Thomas the Apostle. We have our Pico Pantry. We do distribution at Kings Road, and of course, most recently, it's all gone to home delivery. So the model changed, but the support from the city never wavered and enabled the program to accomplish, I think, some really great things for the residents of West Hollywood. And I'm only a facilitator for all of this because it really is the collective effort of everyone involved. I don't know what else to say except that it's been a wonderful 14 years. Today I'm going to be bidding farewell to you, but I want you to know that these contacts, these relationships that have been built have left an indelible mark on me, and I will never forget you folks. So please accept my sincere thanks and appreciation for this honor.
Fred, we hope you'll always consider West Hollywood home for you, and that you'll come and share in the joy of your retirement, celebrating in West Hollywood as things reopen.
You bet.
Finally, we have a presentation for COVID-19 Victims and Survivors Memorial Day. We are coming up, it's almost unbelievable, coming up on a year now that we've been living through this crisis here in California, certainly more in our country. And now the first Monday in March has been designated as COVID-19 Victims and Survivors Memorial Day. We've all seen over the past year the severity of this disease and the impact it has on all of our lives. More than 2.5 million people worldwide and 500,000 people in the United States have lost their lives due to COVID-19. In Los Angeles County alone, more than 20,000 lives have been lost to this deadly virus. Each life lost to COVID-19 mattered and leaves a hole in the hearts of loved ones, family members, and surrounding community. The symptoms and severity of COVID-19 can vary dramatically by individual, and long-term health implications for survivors is still unknown. as many survivors suffer with lingering side effects of the disease long after they no longer test positive. Local and state governments, health departments, and public servants have taken bold actions to protect residents, support struggling local economies, and to find innovative ways to provide services. In response to the rapid spread of COVID-19 and the stay-at-home orders, essential workers have stepped up to provide critical services to help protect our communities and save lives, sacrificing their own health and safety. COVID-19 has had a disproportionate impact on low-income communities and communities of color, exacerbating inequities already prevalent in our systems that we must address as a nation. Public health guidance and policies targeted at prevention, such as social distancing, wearing masks in public, and staying home, helped mitigate the spread of COVID-19, to prevent illness, and to lessen the burden on individuals and society. Tonight, we designate the first Monday in March as COVID-19 Memorial Day in remembrance of those who have lost their lives and in honor of those who are forever marked by COVID and continue to suffer from the impacts of this virus. And tonight we have Lucy David from Marked by COVID to receive this proclamation on behalf of our City Council and to share a bit about the work that you're doing. Lucy David.
Hi. I want to thank Mayor and the City Council for approving this proclamation. This is amazing. And pardon me, this is probably one of the first times I've done this, but I'm doing this on behalf of Marked by COVID. Just quickly, I attended today a memorial for one of hundreds of memorials that we had across the country. And it was in Santa Monica. We laid a wreath remembering our loved ones that were lost to COVID. And I know that it was a small event, maybe small all over the country, but I envision that this is going to be huge coming up next year. There's going to be lots of people, and it really needs to be a national holiday. On a personal note, my family was exposed early on in early March last year. So this first Monday in March really means something to me. I had COVID. My husband had it. Unfortunately, he did not survive. He passed away on April 3rd. And after that, I lost 3 more family members within 2 months. I lost my sister-in-law, who was in the hospital for 2 months and passed away on June 1st. We lost a nephew in May. And my 95-year-old mother-in-law, who survived the COVID along with me, just gave up after losing 2 of her 6 children, and she died on June 16th. So now I live alone in the home that we share together, and it has been a very devastating, difficult year for all of us because there has been no recognition, there has been no comforting, no soothing, no empathy for any of us. I've been told that my husband had pre-existing condition. No, he was 69 and very healthy. He had a little high blood pressure. You know, he should never have died. He should have survived this. If we had known a month before, we would have never have gone about our business the way we did. But anyway, I have spent this last year devastated, isolated, alone, unable to see my family. You know, on the positive side, I have, you know, rediscovered friends who are now calling me, checking up on me, and it's great. And then thankfully, I found Kristen Urquiza and Marked by COVID, and it's not been that long. It's been like a month, and I found my purpose. And this is my purpose, and I will be doing this for the rest of my life. So thank you, West Hollywood. You are now joining more than 150 mayors in 36 states that have already passed these proclamations. And we need to absolutely make it a national holiday as 9/11. But also our ultimate goal is to get a memorial on the National Mall, and also local memorials all over the country. So I want to thank you so much. I hope I didn't speak too long. I hope it didn't sound like an amateur. I'm pretty new at this, but thank you so much. And I'm honored to accept this from you.
And Ms. David, we just want to wrap you in love. What a heartbreaking story. I'm so sorry for your losses. And just know that we in West Hollywood extend our sincerest condolences to you and want to uplift you and thank you for the work that you're doing with Marked by COVID.
Thank you so much.
And now, Madam City Clerk, I will turn it to you to administer public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes, with 2 minutes for each speaker. Please, when you hear the notification that your time is up, please wrap up your comments so we can move to the next speaker. Thank you so much. Our first speaker will be Jordan David. Jordan, please press *6 and you may begin speaking.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can
Hello?
hear you.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members and staff. Jordan David on occupied Tongva land, and I do vote in West Hollywood elections. Black History Month may be over, but I assure you, Black people are still here, still dying at nearly 5 times the rate of whites from COVID-19, still arrested at 4 times the rate of whites for drug possession, even though they use at the exact same rates. The prison industrial complex continues to collect and lease out Black bodies to corporations as forced laborers. And police continue to terrorize and murder Black, Indigenous, and people of color with impunity. We have changed the names of slavery and slave catchers and modernized, nay, militarized them, but the same practice continues. West Hollywood is touted as the most progressive city in the country. I ask you all to consider progress for who? Is keeping Black people out of the city progress? We've segregated people of color into food deserts while WeHo enjoys walking distance luxury on every block. Is this the progress? The city's biggest contract today allocates taxpayer dollars to a known KKK affiliate. Is this the progress? I implore the City Council to heed the call of the people and reallocate police funds to human services that actually make our city safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Our next speaker is Daniel Kopek. Daniel, you will have 2 minutes to speak. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Daniel Kopek. Okay, our next speaker will be Rick Watts. Rick, you have 2 minutes to speak. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. First, I want to join in praising our late dear resident Ida Bottini, and add that I have long been a beneficiary of her work with APLA. The work that she did in co-founding APLA many years ago has been instrumental and indispensable in helping so many people to survive the last pandemic, which is still ongoing. So I join in mourning and also celebrating the life of Ivy Bottini, who also is one of the mothers of West Hollywood in making sure that our city was founded on good ideals and with worthy leadership. Secondly, I also want to mention that I'd like to welcome the newest member of the Disabilities Advisory Board, who will be joining the DAB in the next week or so. And I would like to point out the important work that the DAB has done over many years, increasing the visibility of persons with disabilities, who are a disproportionately large number of persons in our city. We have got a $20,000 grant for facilities to make our library more more ADA compatible. We put a program in place for street side banners to raise the visibility of disabled persons. We have pushed successfully, I might add, with your help, upgrading crosswalk safety for persons with mobility and sight and hearing disabilities. And our annual health and screening event in October during Disabilities Awareness Month has provided vaccinations and screenings for various conditions. And then lastly, and I think very importantly in the context of this last year, with your aid, we have pushed through important precautions helping to protect persons that are in multifamily housing, whether they be apartment buildings or condominiums. And so the work of the DAB will go on. While I will not be a direct appointee, and I hasten to add, by the way, that all of my colleagues on the DAB, we have been a good team,
Rick?
and I wish them all well.
Thank you so much, Rick. Our next speaker is Victor Omolchenko. Victor, please press *6 and you'll have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Good evening, Mayor Horvath and council members. This is Victor Omolchenko, West Hollywood resident. And just regarding item 5A that was moved to the consent calendar, I want to first thank Mayor Horvath for serving as president of the executive board of the California Contract Cities Association. And as I reviewed this contract, I was reminded of Samuel Coleridge's Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner, water, water everywhere, and all the boards did shrink. Water, water everywhere, nor any drop to drink. And I was just thinking, contracts everywhere, and all the funds go out. But at some point, one needs to ask, what's it all about? And regarding the housing element, you know, the housing element is designed to serve as a strategy to address housing needs across the economic and social spectrum. And that includes the homeless. They are part of that spectrum. And I saw very little in this contract or the report on how Veronica Tam and Associates are going to address the issue of homelessness as they develop this all-important housing element. So I'd like you to discuss it among yourself. This was an item of new business. It's money coming, half of it, $185,000 for this increased contract, which is going to be $335,000, is coming from our Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Yes, affordable housing is another name for subsidized housing for low to moderate income people. But where do the homeless fit into this housing element? And I think you should really look into that before this contract is renewed and increased and uses up our precious Affordable Housing Trust money. Thank you very much for listening and for looking further into all of these legacy contracts.
Thank you, Victor. Our next speaker is Ty Sunanan. Ty, you have 2 minutes to speak. Please press *6 and begin.
Good evening, City Council. First off, what a tribute to Ivy Patini. Thank you all for just everything the city has done. She's been a heroine of the ages, just a wonderful human being. I actually have 2 neighbors who worked with her for the past 5 decades, and I'm in awe of the war stories from back in the day. I just want to give a special shout out to Councilmember Shine and Erickson and Women's Advisory Board member Karen Ayers for organizing yesterday's gathering and memorial. I wish I was there if I wasn't on my military duties. I also want to thank the City Council for supporting Marked by COVID, the COVID memorial. I'm here to talk about items 4B, 4C, pedestrian and bicycle mobility plan, protected bike lanes on Fountain and Santa Monica Boulevard. These are home runs. It's really simple. It does 2 things. 1, it allows pedestrians to safely use the sidewalk without competing with bikes and scooters. And 2, it forces motorists to slow down in order to share the bike lanes. I know that I'm more cognizant the moment I see a biker using the bike lane. I will say, however, despite this, we need to determine how best to keep the bikes on the street if we will, in fact, have a dedicated bike lane. And on Fountain Avenue, I was just on Santa Monica Boulevard 2 hours ago for dinner pickup. And while I was waiting on the sidewalk, 2 bikes whizzed by and I almost dropped my food because they almost knocked me over. I promise you all, I am not a curmudgeon. But it was one of those close times that I almost gave them the finger. And I'm trying to think, well, how do we mitigate this, right? And lastly, selfishly, I'd like to make the list of Bicycle Magazine's top 50 U.S. bicycle cities. Out of the 5 California cities, the only SoCal city is Long Beach. Lastly, shout out to Michaela Mendelson and Trans Can Work. My firm has benefited from their workplace guidebook and learning tools. And we don't give enough love to our city clerks. So shout out to Melissa Crowder and formerly Vaughn Corker because they do so much admin work behind the scenes in response to resident requests in a timely manner. Thank you both.
Thanks, Ty. We appreciate the shout out. Our next speaker is Don Berdal. Don, you have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Please press *6 to begin. Go ahead, Don. I see you unmuted, but we can't hear you. Okay, Joy Newell. Joy, are you on the line? You have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Please press *6.
Good. Yes, I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Thank you, Council. And Ivy Bottini was a heroine of mine, so I was delighted to see her honored and remembered so fondly. My appearance to you is really a question. It is a question about the park. It has come to my knowledge recently that the building at the park, which will serve us all, does not, among its facilities upstairs, have a kitchen. So my question to all of you is, how can that possibly be with the millions? Yes.
Joy. Okay, I think we lost you, Joy. I'm going to try Daniel Kopek one more.
Now I'm back.
Okay.
So you can hear me again. So I was placing a question to you, the council, aside from being very happy about the recognition of Ivy Bottini. My question is regarding the construction of the new building at the park. And I am wondering if I can get an answer from one of you, probably not during the meeting, but how can that building in this multi-million-dollar park building going up, how can that building not have a kitchen? I want to know, and I'm sure others that are listening to us this evening want to know the same thing. How can such facilities come to serve us without facilities to serve meetings that are held at that building?
Thank you, Joy. I'm going to try Mr. Kopek one more time. Daniel Kopek, if you press *6, you'll have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Hello, I'm Daniel. I'm speaking in favor of installing bike lanes on Santa Monica and Fountain. I'm a resident of the neighborhood, and I often use Fountain and sometimes Santa Monica. And Fountain especially is a very dangerous street, but it's among the only streets that functions as a bike route from east to west, from our neighborhood to the east of Hollywood. And I think it is the right thing to do to install bike lanes for many reasons. It allows people to choose not to use a car And that in turn allows us to fight climate change at a local level. In California, automobile emissions are among the highest contributors to local greenhouse gases. And I, for one, want to have a choice not to use an automobile and not to have that impact on my environment. I also think it is a matter of mobility equity. Protected bike lanes don't only function for professional cyclists, they also act as lanes for not fully able people to use instead of the crowded sidewalks, or oftentimes sidewalks that can't even accommodate their equipment. And this is something that's highly necessary in a city like West Hollywood that claims to be progressive. We have to be progressive in every respect, and that includes mobility justice and mobility equity on our streets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. Mayor, that was our final speaker for public comment.
Thank you very much. And now I'll turn to my colleagues' councilmember comments. Who would begin?
Lisa, may I?
Councilmember Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to start off by saying Happy Women's History Month, everyone. And I want to thank the Women's Advisory Board for all the work they've done for Women's History Month and all the work that you all do for women every month and all the time. I want to thank the chairs, Jenner Deal and Vice Chair Angela De Silva, for wonderful presentations, for your service and your impeccable choices for the Women's History Month banner honors. I also, given that it is the beginning of Women's History Month, thank you to Mayor Horvath for such a beautiful adjournment for our local hero, mother, mentor, friend, Ivy Bottini. I just want to share a little bit of information that was relayed to me from Ivy's dear friend, Marna Deach, who is a Lesbian Gay Advisory Board member. Ivy's daughter-in-law, Beth, gave this info to Marna, and it's such a beautiful story, and I wanted to share it. On the day that Ivy passed, she was surrounded by her daughters and her grandson in Florida, Lisa, Beth, and her grandson, and her pastor. And apparently, Ivy had been advocating for months for better LGBTQ rights at the church she was going to, and specifically for the church to begin using pronouns. And that day, the pastor just let her know, by the way, we're going to start using pronouns. And then she said, that's great. But we need more security. We need security for the LGBT people at the church. And he said, okay, I'm going to get more security. She smiled and then passed away. A true activist, even in her last few seconds here with us. So I just wanted to share that story. I want to also I have a comment as well with regard to item 2I. First, thank you so much to Mayor Horvath and Councilmember Erickson for bringing this forward. I want to just add that it would really be beneficial that if the Trevor Lifeline and/or the National Suicide Prevention Hotline was displayed somewhere on the memorial, because as people are visiting, contemplating, you never know if seeing that number would be beneficial. I've known many people who have used this, and it has helped save their lives. I want to also bring up another topic for staff that I would like an update on this. In 2015, Mayor Pro Tem Meister brought forward an item that had staff have all the boards and commissions start getting recorded that weren't on TV onto podcasts. I'd like an update on the progress of putting those podcasts out in the public It's been 6 years now. And when I was on the Lesbian Gay Advisory Board, I remember when staff brought the microphones and they said, now don't talk too loud because these are very sensitive. It's going to be for the podcast. And this was over 2 years ago now. So I'd like to know what the status of actually putting those recordings online for the public to be able to view them or listen to them is. And lastly, I want to really thank Lucy with Marked by COVID for sharing your story. It was truly heartbreaking, and I'm so sorry for all of your loss. And I'm glad to hear that through these tremendous losses, you found purpose through Marked by COVID.
Councilmember Erickson.
Before you go, Councilmember Erickson, City Clerk, I know there were a lot of people who were wanting to speak on the bicycle items, and you said that's the end of public comment, and maybe you could just take 10 seconds and explain that when that item comes up, they'll be able to speak.
Yeah, I've been responding. Thank you, Councilmember
you.
Domingo. I've been responding to several emails. So everyone on the call, if you signed up to speak on a specific item that we did not move to the consent calendar, such as the bike items, then you will speak when those items are called. So if you signed up to speak on item 4E, you will speak when item 4E is called. If you signed up to speak on 5B and 5C, that's the time when you were speak for those items. The public comment period earlier was for general public comment and consent calendar items. So I apologize if that wasn't clear to everyone in the Zoom call. Thank you.
You beat me to it, John. I was going to do I got a couple messages, and so I was going to just do the PSA, but thank you, Melissa, as usual. I want to thank Troop 2825, Mayor, that was amazing. Also, it reminds me to get my Girl Scout cookie fix. So email me at jerickson@weho.org. I will be your biggest patron. I'm really happy to support eating cookies. I think everyone here knows that I usually get by on the day through sugar alone. I just ate a cupcake, so that should tell you all you need to know. Additionally, I want to just say, to echo what Councilmember Shine said about Lucy, I want to share that moment and thanking her for coming and for the work that she's doing. That it struck me because today both of my sisters got their vaccines back in Wisconsin, and it's been such a troubled rollout in many places. But my sisters are teachers, and my sister got COVID. And she recovered, thankfully, but they weren't prioritized. And so many industries and professions that deal with people are not being prioritized. But I breathed a sigh of relief today when they sent me the images of their cards. So that made me really happy. I also wanted to thank everyone who reached out about my aunt. Great news, she made it through surgery. Her cancer is extremely early. And so they are really optimistic. That meant a lot to me. So that Friday was really wonderful to hear everything that occurred. It really meant a lot. I'm probably already going to cry because, as you can all see, I have a very special visitor in my office, and it's this picture of Ivy that my dear friend Barbara Grover took for part of a project called WeHo Stories. Many of you have heard about it. And so this was on display yesterday at Kings Road Park. I want to thank Councilmember Shine, Mayor Horvath, Karen Ayers, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, everyone that attended. It was a socially distant, masked, hand sanitized event where we were all able to read from Ivy's words that I put together after rereading her book on Saturday night. And it's no coincidences or how we want to take it forward, but when we're looking at the way in which we kick off National Women's History Month, you know, to see Ivy's work through so many people that have lived in this city, you know, Mayor Horvath, I know she played a huge role in you running for office. I know the same thing for you, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, yourself, Councilmember Shine, I mean, John and me, I mean, she literally told me to run. And so when Ivy says to do something, you usually do it because you don't want her coming to council and screaming at you, nevertheless. But I was trying to think back on so many memories that I've had with her. And I was going through some things today, and we talked about, and in her book, when Hollywood Now held our first Women's Herstory event, when I was just joined the board, and it was the ongoing activism and achievements of the unsinkable spirit of Ivy Bottini. And I still have a copy of the program right here where she signed it, and everyone who spoke that night signed it. And it was just an incredible event that when you read her book, you know why it was incredible. I don't want to spoil it for her, but what happened. And we spoke about that yesterday. But on a personal level, I just want to say, many people know my grandmother was the biggest influence in my life. And she got me started in my activism. And I moved to California for graduate school. And a year later, she passed. And it was no difference that, just a little bit later, I found West Hollywood, and I found a woman named Ivy Bottini. I never came out to my grandmother. And that's a piece of myself that I'm always question and wonder about. But ultimately, there are so many ways in which Ivy took on that role for me as a mentor that my grandmother did, and all the world in which she showed me. And she just helped us all become who we were meant to be and follow down that path. And it's just truly important that, we all recognize and remember who she is and what she did. And additionally, I just want to say, thank you to our Women's Advisory Board for always showing up on Women's History Month and unveiling these banners. To Alicia and Michaela, I just think about Ivy sitting there in the front row the last time we were all together, but it's the ways in which we all come together when we need each other the most. And that was on full display yesterday. And so I just want to thank everyone for that. And, just say, I'm standing and sending you all big hugs, because I know we're all dealing with this in our own special way. So thank you.
Councilmember D'Amico.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a couple of questions for the city manager, I think. The first one is regarding rental subsidy extensions. I know we put a substantial amount of money into rental subsidies over the past 4 months, and now it's March 1st, and I wanted to just get on all of our radar what the status is and what the future status might be, given the rent crunches and the question about how long we want to continue that program and how we want to, and also how we want to end it. I think we can't just let it fall away. We have to be clear about what we're doing. The second item is regarding parking restrictions and street cleaning. There are too many variables, it seems. The city of Los Angeles, which is often, a half a block away, sometimes on the same street, is cleaning cars every other week, which to me is a PR nightmare. If you have to sign on to get an email to tell you what your street signs mean, I hope we're not planning anything like that. But I just really think for many months we cleaned around cars on street cleaning day, and most residents moved their cars if they could, as directed by the signs. And I'm bringing up for you, city manager, and my colleagues, whether there's a better way than on again, off again, tickets, no tickets, warnings, tickets, tickets, then warnings, warnings, then tickets. I've never been a big fan of our parking ticket oeuvre, but in this case, I do just want to bring it up and ask, maybe you can address it in your comments, or maybe in a future meeting we can discuss sort of the long-term strategy and how to roll out and finally, item 2I, which is regarding a memorial, monument, some kind of recognition. I'm interested in this item, but I actually want to know more from public health and mental health professionals before we vote to approve a permanent installation. Perhaps it can come back to the city council. A memorial is usually to the dead from events that have passed, not to an ongoing crisis in which self-harm is the cause. And that's what's kind of troubling to me a little bit. it's not a memorial to people who have not yet tried or completed suicide. And yet if we install it, that's kind of what it becomes, a memorial to future suicide completions. And I don't want this to be so dark, and I'm open to this premise. It's certainly, I know 5 adult men, gay men, 1 Latino, 2 African-American, 2 white, who had beautiful, complicated lives and then ended them without notice. And their memories bring me some joy and some pain. And it would certainly be interesting to know that in our city, there's a place to remember them. But if it's in the will of the people who made the staff item, if we could agree that at least 2 independent organizations that work on suicide prevention were to write letters of support, and that could come back to us, I would very much want to vote for this and would very much support it. I Googled memorials to people who have completed suicide, and there is kind of one. It's a digital online place where people can talk about their loved ones who committed suicide, but it doesn't sort of create an actual place for that to happen. So I know we said we would talk about it if we wanted to. I hope maybe just those 2 things, and in everything that I just said, here's the 2 things that I'm asking, that we would get 2 letters of support from suicide prevention organizations, and then it would come back to this body for a final ratification before it were installed. And I think sending it to other commissions, the ones you've chosen are fine. I might have chosen the Human Services Commission because we have organizations that work on suicide prevention, but I also think they will have an opportunity to come to those other bodies should they wish to. So I don't know if we need to hear that item in order to address those requests, or if those 2 requests are fine. But those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Meister first. I'll respond to your comments in mine. We'll see if Councilmember Erickson agrees, and maybe we can handle it here. If not, we'll pull it. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see, attendance. Since our last meeting, I attended a SCAG CEHD special meeting. Regarding consent calendar, on 2I, I agree with both Councilmember Shine and Councilmember D'Amico, and I do think that, sorry, the dogs are acting up. I do think that it would be a good idea to go to some organizations that specialize in this, and if they do think that this is the right way to go, to also ask them what it looks like to them. I think that would be helpful. And I also agree that it should go to Human Services if we go that route, and supportive of any suggestions in terms of how people can reach a suicide hotline in case this is what, if they are considering this path. Let's see, that's consent calendar, but we did put some items on consent that I'm sure I have comments on. On item 5A on the contract with Veronica Tan, actually, this is something that Councilmember Shine and I discussed at our homeless subcommittee meeting that we agreed with Speaker Victor Olmanchenko about making sure that housing for our homeless population is included in our housing element as a special section, because we understand that housing for homeless may be different than affordable housing by itself, that there needs to be wraparound services or other special needs. And so I would like to see that, and I hope that my colleagues will support that as well, to make sure that it is included in our housing element and in the work that Veronica Tan does with our housing element. Let's see. I want to thank Councilmember Shine for co-sponsoring the initiative to encourage compliance in the business tax certificate program. I think it's important that we educate our our residents and businesses about our business license tax and the exemption that is available. I think that a lot of people who work at home don't realize that they need to get a business license tax certificate. And so I think that will be a good way to get the word out, and looking forward to seeing all the exciting businesses that exist in our city that we didn't know about before. And I will say that I'm trying to be brief to honor our mayor's wishes. And so I will just ditto the other comments of my colleagues in terms of the presentation. So thank you, Mayor.
Of course. I too attended several meetings. First, the Contract Cities Board meeting and City Managers meeting. We had two panels, the Senior Scam Stoppers panel hosted by Assemblymember Bloom and his team, and thank you to our staff who made that possible, as well as the COVID-19 vaccine panel. Both of those are available online, so if you missed them, you can still see them. There are links on the city's website and YouTube page, I believe. Clean Power Alliance Legislative and Regulatory Committee I attended, as well as the National League of Cities board meeting, and participated in the coronavirus update provided by LA County. I wanted to share some good news that LA County is in the process of setting up a COVID-19 testing kiosk in the city of West Hollywood. It will serve 300 to 500 tests per day. That's its capacity in a walk-up model. And the kiosk looks how it sounds, a window with staff inside where people can make appointments or walk up to receive a test and then administer it to themselves and drop it in a bin. The exact details and location are still being determined. It will be on the east side. We'll be sure to share all of the final information, or maybe it is final and the city manager can share the details. But while testing, many people are now talking about the vaccination process. It's still important to have testing available, as so many people are not yet vaccinated and COVID exposure continues. So grateful to have this resource in the community, free of charge to our residents and to the surrounding area, provided by LA County. I too am interested in possible extension of the rental assistance program. I've received multiple inquiries about that and would love to hear from the city manager about how our rental assistance program is going and its possible extension. With regard to items on the consent agenda, item 5C was added to consent. That's about the art and the art guidelines. And I just want to offer for consideration that we might look at the process for small developments and low-income projects, low-income housing projects. I mean, I want to make sure that this doesn't become an impediment to creating the housing that we so desperately need, or causing problems in the development of housing. Perhaps there's a streamlined process. I know the Arts Commission discussed many aspects of these guidelines. I'm not sure that part of it was discussed as thoroughly. And so I just want to offer for consideration, as I said, that maybe we take a look at that process to make sure we don't create any obstacles. 5A was added to consent, and because there is an increased cost, I want to offer to staff that we at least make the request. We'll see if we can, and at least provide evidence to the state of the impact of the RENA numbers allocation. I know that we aren't alone in this circumstance to help with defraying those costs that come to the city to make sure that we're protected. And item 2I, I am completely comfortable with including information from the Trevor Project, but I think that can be considered as part of the process that's going forward. Same with through and with organizations that are professionals in this space. Certainly we would want their input before we created anything that would have the counter, have an effect anything other than what's intended as per our report. This item actually came forward as a request from community members who didn't quite feel safe or comfortable in a religious type atmosphere, but wanted a space to create an opportunity for reflection. So since this was a community request, we wanted to bring it forward for consideration. I think that we can certainly have the Human Services Commission as part of that evaluation process. And perhaps if it's okay, maybe what we do is have them evaluate that and then bring it back to council so we can also hear their comments and decide before it's ultimately installed. I think our hope was to have it in September because there is a National Recognition Day, that could be the date for installation. But does that fully address everyone's comments? Would that be an okay accommodation, or should we pull it for further discussion?
I think that's great. I would like to have two organizations on their letterhead say they support the installation of that. Because I think it's important to have a written record of support in the same way we might for, any other number of, and I don't think it will be a problem if they show up to make public comment. I would imagine they'd be happy to, either agree that this will be in the minutes or write some kind of note. But I do agree. I do agree with myself. I do think we want to just make sure that people are very much on the record that we did this with their participation.
Okay, so let's just tag this on to the end of our discussion then, and then we can, flesh that out so we make sure we do it the way that you're intending. So we'll pull that item for the end of the agenda for excluded consent. I think that's it for me, so I'll turn it over to Paul.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I also know that there's going to be one more public comment, and if you want to hear the speaker first, and then I'll do my report.
Okay, that's great.
Don Berdahl, are you on the line? Please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes to speak under public comment. Go ahead, Mr. Berdahl.
Hi there. All right, thank you so much. Mayor Horvath and council members, I really appreciate the opportunity to sneak in here after a snafu. I'm a small business owner. My name is Don Berdahl. I'm one of the partners at the Classic Cat restaurant. And my partners and I, we've poured all of our life savings into restoring that restaurant, which, as you may or may not know, was a West Hollywood icon back in the 1960s. Just so you know, since our aborted March 2020 start, we've understood the need to protect the public. We've installed custom plexiglass barriers between every table. No other restaurant in WeHo has done that. Implemented 8-foot social distancing protocols, improved our ventilation system, increased employee screening protocols. As you know, in late January, we were told we could reopen. The county health department inspected our outdoor dining area and stated there were no issues with airflow. Out of nowhere, on February 23rd, after being open for several days, an aggressive city inspector and the West Hollywood sheriff showed up and shut us down during dinner, meaning patrons had to leave. Then on February 27th, after canceling private bookings this week worth lots of money for us, we received a formal citation from the city ordering us to close by March 5th, thus contradicting the immediate shutdown order we'd already been served with. Council members, you can drive around WeHo and see other restaurants operating with outdoor dining spaces similar to ours. We've worked in good faith with the city to permit our space as outdoor patio dining. We came to West Hollywood because we love the city and want to be part of the community. I lived on West Knoll Drive in the 90s for many years. I'm just a small business owner trying to make a go of it. I'm not some wealthy guy just messing around with a Sunset Strip plaything. We supply 30 jobs. We pay taxes. But we've been backed into a corner, and our lawsuit against the city is to protect our investment and jobs. And Mayor and City Council members, I am begging you to work with us. get rid of the bureaucracy and figure out a mutually agreeable solution. I really appreciate your time, and any fellow citizens who are listening, I'm asking for your help as well. Visit saveclassiccat.com for more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berdahl. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so there were a lot of questions. I'm going to try to get to all of them. And if I miss them, let me know. And the one question you didn't ask was the one that I had. Why doesn't the gymnasium have a kitchen? Because it's a gymnasium. It was not geared to have a kitchen, but it was designed to accommodate special events. We do have large elevators that can accommodate getting food to the rooftop and into the facility for events. Also, we will be doing a public cafe in the park as part of the park construction. In regards to the board and commission recordings, we have been doing them right now. Originally, we set up the iPod system, but for almost the last year, we've been using Zoom as the technology. At the next council meeting, we'll provide a written update on how we're administering that. I think we've been a little bit laxed in posting all of those. So we'll provide the council a detailed report on that particular issue. The residential rental support, we are going to do another round. That'll begin in April. That'll be part of the executive order. We have funds in place to support that. We're going to continue to follow the state and county orders and provide the council updates as needed in terms of providing that support. Right now, it's a percentage of the rent that we're providing. It isn't the full rent, so that allows our dollars to be stretched out a lot further. In regards to the second question from Councilmember D'Amico, parking enforcement. Yes, we're at the staff level as well. We're hearing from frustrated and angry constituents on both sides of the equation. Some are upset that they got tickets, and some are upset that we're not doing regular street sweeping. We are coming up with a plan to reinstitute the Clean Street program. It's something that's required by California law. In the next agenda, we'll also have a receive and file explaining to the council the logic and how we're moving forward with reinstituting the residential parking enforcement. The housing element, the question in regards to both the resident, and I think it was Councilmember Meister, the policies to address homelessness will be in the fifth cycle of our housing element. The housing element is a state mandated plan showing how we're going to address housing needs and housing demands in the city, and that also will address housing, the homeless and support services. Let me see what else I have. The COVID testing pod will be located in the south parking lot at Plummer Park, and the first day that we'll be doing tests there will be Wednesday the 3rd. So that's just right around the corner. Facilities is continuing to do street work, asphalt and concrete repair. They're doing it throughout the city and various other areas. And we're also doing red curb painting in commercial zones. And this started already in late February. From the city manager's department, we're going to hold the second round of the business roundtable on Friday, March 19th at 8:30 a.m. People can register on our website, weho.org/business. Outzone, the 5th phase was installed today at Barney's Beanery, Dialogue Cafe, and Beaches. And did I miss anything? Yes, Councilmember Erickson.
It's really great to hear that you're putting a testing site in Plummer Park.
Well, it's the county. We're facilitating.
The county is doing, yes. Your language is very important, so we know who owns the issue. But specifically, are you doing? Is the city doing a press release? I mean, in essence, because I happen to live just couple blocks away. And this is the first time I've heard of it. So, and I like to think I am in the know, maybe not. But if I'm not, I highly doubt many people are. And that, you know, we want to control the environment, because if all of a sudden Wednesday, a lot of people show up, it could be a madhouse.
And that's a really good point. It is appointment based. It's the information on it will roll out once we work out all the bugs. We've seen some of the pods in other areas, and they've been really low impact. In other areas, they've been more challenging. So in terms of how we've been rolling it out, it's really working through facilities and letting the Department of Public Health push the information out, because they're the ones who have the test, and they're going to be able to manage the influx of people coming in for those tests. So I'll coordinate with our public safety and social services to make sure that we are getting info out on it. But right now, it's really the purview of the county. We're just providing them the facility and the space. Okay, that concludes my report. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. And Madam City Clerk, can we please have the fiscal impact of the updated consent agenda?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. The fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar, with the removal of items 2F as in Frank and 2I, and the addition of items 5A, 5C, 5D as in David, and 6A, is $90,315 in expenditures, $0 in revenue, and $0 in waived fees.
Thank you very much. I'd entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
So moved. Moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to item 4A, which is the West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation fiscal year 2020-2021 administrative contract mid-year report. I'd welcome a report from staff if we need one, or do we just want to get into questions from the council?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I'm Allison Bartle. I'm the Project Development Administrator for the Rent Stabilization and Housing Division. I'm also joined tonight by Jonathan Hollab and Christoph Schroeder from the city, as well as Jesse Slansky, who's the President and CEO of WHCHC. As you all know, the city maintains a contract for affordable housing with West Hollywood Community Housing Corp. They provide us progress reports twice a year to gauge, what they're doing in the community to further affordable housing. And this is their first of 2 reports that they put out each year. We're happy to take questions or have a discussion on any items. And Jesse is also available to speak if needed.
Thank you. We have 4 speakers on this item. Does anyone have questions, or can we hear from the public first? Sounds like we're okay with hearing from the public, so we'll go there first. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker on item 4A is Desiree Loringer. Desiree, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you have 2 minutes to speak on item 4A. You may begin, Desiree.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Desiree Loringer. I'm a property owner and have been a resident of the Norma Triangle neighborhood in West Hollywood for 25 years. My comments today are regarding the West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation report listed under item 4A as the attachment. For at least a year, the WHCHC and those affiliated with it continue to misrepresent its intentions and actions regarding the Weatherly Palms project by echoing the misleading claim that the WHCHC is reconstituting the project as a result of any purported community feedback. Notably, even the staff report itself lists not applicable under the community engagement section of its report because it cannot in good faith say otherwise. Also, neither the staff report nor the WHCHC report elaborate on the new design proposal being prepared for formal consideration, but it is likely that the new proposal still doesn't take into account the neighborhood's ongoing concerns regarding the scale and the compatibility of the Weatherly Palms project in the Norma Triangle. So while it may be true that the WHCHC is working to submit a different design of the building, we know it's not doing so as a result of any community feedback. I live within 500 feet of this project location, so I am very concerned about this project being done properly without significant negative impact to the neighborhood. And my fellow neighbors and I look forward to participating in and seeing the results of a neighborhood impact study and for environmental and traffic studies to be properly conducted. As of yet, we have not seen any of that. But still, I fear the project as a whole, even as revised, will contain all of the same flaws it had from the get-go and more, such as the lack of adequate on-site parking, a building height of 7 stories, and now the inclusion of a rooftop deck. Lastly, in addition to the lack of community outreach for feedback on this project, neither the WHCHC report nor the staff report disclosed the ongoing civil litigation related to this property and the project, which case was filed in June 2020 and bears LASC case number 20 SMCV 00813. We're advised this litigation was, yes?
Your 2 minutes are up. We have other speakers for this item. If you want to wrap up your thought. Thank you.
Okay, great. I just want to say that, the ongoing lawsuit, the plaintiff alleges contractual fraud and fraudulent inducement in connection with the purchase of the property for the Weatherly Palms project. It should be noted, and it is notable, that the buyer of the land was a former city planning commissioner. And until just a couple of months ago, the WHCHC had on its advisory board the former recent West Hollywood rent stabilization and housing manager, as listed on the staff report from July 2020, which did not also report the ongoing litigation related to this. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jessica Reisenberg. Jessica, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Go ahead, Jessica.
Good evening. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, City Council. My name is Jessica Reisenberg, and I am also a resident of West Hollywood. As City Council members, it falls upon you to guide the city and abide by the city's mission statement, striving for quality in all actions, setting the highest goals and standards, and maintaining and enhancing government integrity in all city operations. It is incumbent upon you tonight to not allow item 4A to be entered into the record. West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation is again misrepresenting their actions regarding the Weatherly project. West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation claims that based on community feedback, they have made sweeping design changes to their project. That's not true. The change is quite negligible, and they failed to take into account any of the community feedback. West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation merely put a different color lipstick on the building. There has been no community outreach, although the report states that they hired a community engagement specialist and other stakeholders, but who would actually be the best stakeholders here than the people that live within 500 feet of this proposed building, which is myself and many of the neighbors that live around us. They have talked to individuals, but this hardly constitutes a community outreach, considering that only 2 of them were reached out to. West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation, a supposedly non-for-profit organization, has spent tens of thousands of dollars hiring expensive consultants to massage the process of getting their plans approved without any community involvement. Most glaringly, they have failed to disclose the fact that they are currently being sued by the First Baptist Church of Beverly Hills, which alleges fraud and fraudulent inducement in connection with this project. This should not be allowed to be entered into record. Integrity of reports matter. Does the City Council agree? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jessica. Our next speaker is Martha Orellana. Martha, you have 2 minutes to speak. Please, there you go. Go ahead, Martha.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Horvath. My name is Martha Orellana. I've lived in West Hollywood for over 34 years. I'm calling to speak on item 4A, which is the report from WHCHC which is being asked to be included in the city's record tonight. Even though this item was removed from the agenda at the last moment during the last city council meeting, several people spoke about the report's inaccuracies. As stated during the last council meeting, WHCHC is attempting to give a report to this council which is inaccurate, incomplete, and misleading regarding its Weatherly Palms project. As Mr. Bernstein pointed out during the last meeting, the report states that WHCH has developed a completely new design proposal. This is not true. Jeff Slatsky wrote a letter to the City Council dated July 16, 2020, and stated that he decided to completely redesign the project from the ground up. This is not the case. In only a few short months, they simply redesigned a new facade and reduced the number of units by less than 6%, but kept the overall size and height of a nearly 7-story building as they originally planned. That is not a complete redesign for the project from the ground up. They continue to mislead and misspeak by trying to slip reports such as this again into the City Council records. Additionally, the report is intentionally incomplete, as the Housing Corporation intentionally omitted the fact that they and David Agahi, a former WeHo Planning Commissioner member, have been named as defendants in a lawsuit filed by the First Baptist Church of Beverly Hills, which in it they alleged fraud and fraudulent inducement in connection with this particular project. This has been reported in WeHoville. In order to be complete and transparent, WHCHC's report must include this important fact. For these reasons, I respectfully request that the council does not accept this report into public records tonight and carefully review any subsequent reports submitted on this project. I thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Martha. Our final speaker for this item is Michael Cummings. Michael, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 4A. Please press *6 and you may begin.
Yes, good evening, City Council, and thank you for hearing us out on the project, the Weatherly Palms project. I'm not going to go into what all the past 3 speakers have said. They've been very eloquent in what they have said, and I just need to emphasize that I think you really need to reach out to the residents in this area. I live within 500 feet of this project also, and I think that, you know, speaking for myself, we all believe there needs to be housing of this kind, but it's just that this scale of this seems to be not fitting into the neighborhood, and the parking, I believe, is going to be a big problem. Now, I've heard that this has been changed for people who make a certain amount to live there. And I think, you know, in California, they're all going to have cars. So, you know, you're talking about 80 units in there. You probably have another 50 or 60 cars that are now going to have to park on the street. Also, the impact of the buildings adjacent to it, having a rooftop and the height of it, I think is going to be a big detriment to the area. So I think it needs to be reconsidered. You know, the lawsuit aside, that's obviously a big problem. There seems to be some very opportunistic people who were involved in that from the beginning. And I think you need to do a better job reaching out and really talking to the people in this neighborhood who live here and love this neighborhood. So thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Mayor, that was our final speaker for this item.
Thank you very much. And now I'll turn to my colleagues for questions and comments. Who would like to begin?
Questions for staff.
Okay.
Thanks, Mayor. Maybe this is a question for Jesse. Sorry, I think Allison, you said.
Yep, Jesse, I think he's here. Jesse, can you turn on your video? I see him in the queue. There we go. Go ahead, John.
Hey, Jesse. It was my understanding that I know the really broad community outreach had been put on pause while redesign, parking requirements, and everything were still underway. Isn't that still the case?
Yes, that's correct.
So therefore, a broad coalition of people going out to talk to all these neighbors who are calling in wouldn't have occurred yet, because they would be going right now with a project that might change, and then they would have to go back and have a new conversation about a different project, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. This project has never come before the Planning Commission or any sort of a body that would be approving anything at the moment, right?
Yes.
So any connection to a former planning commissioner is just mere conjecture. You don't have to answer that. That's more of my personal commentary. Additionally, in understanding the state law that was actually on our consent calendar for today, that was a part of it. Minimum parking requirements minimum parking requirements are no longer an issue for 100% affordable housing projects. But therefore, you still are going to provide parking that meets the needs of this project at the site, correct?
Yes, the project will include parking.
Thank you. And it is, I'm sure, your intention to go out to the community to hear their concerns, of which they've been calling in and talking about tonight at our council meeting, as well as they've been at other meetings that I've happened to be a part of, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And West Hollywood Housing Corporation is a nonprofit housing developer that helps create housing for the poor, as well as those individuals who are income restricted and also face disabilities, and those individuals living with HIV and AIDS, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you aren't providing luxury housing, you're providing housing for people that need housing.
Our housing looks like luxury housing, but no, it's affordable.
Thank you. You answered my other question without even having to say it. Thank you so much, Tessie. Those are all my questions at the moment.
Any other questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yeah, I just want to ask Lauren Langer if there is litigation surrounding this property, the Weatherly Palms, should it have been included in this report to us that staff wrote. I mean, it may not be that West Hollywood Community Housing Corp wanted to put it in their report, but then we have a report that staff writes. Lauren Langer.
I'm here. It might be helpful if Allison or John Holland maybe explain the purpose of the report and what purpose it serves to the city, but you know, going into the details of litigation in a more general report like this, when they're just at the beginning, they may not have all the information and all the details or need to get into all of their possible defenses in the lawsuit. So it may be outside the scope of what they need to report to the city. It is common knowledge. It has been reported in the press, and the council is aware of it. But perhaps Allison and John Holland can explain what this report is and the purpose of it.
Yeah, this is a general report, and the city is not party to the litigation, and it's still ongoing, and therefore we didn't want to comment on it at this time. It is public, as Lauren stated. This is a semi-annual report. Typically at the annual report, which we do in the summer, we give a more formal presentation on the contract. So this time around, it was just our general update. They provide us a mid-year report, and we pass it along as a receive and file to the council.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question on the Harland Boxwood project. I know that there have been some issues, I guess, with the building, but have we at least started to go through the selection process for those affordable units?
So the entire building is still unoccupied. The market rate units and the affordable units are unoccupied. There have been some ongoing construction warranty issues that Faring is cleaning up. We just had a conversation with them last week, and we're working on the transfer paperwork that they will officially transfer the units, the 12 units, to WHCHC. Once that occurs, we can start leasing up, and we're tracking a June 1st, 2021 occupancy for the 12 affordable units.
Thank you, Alice.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
Somebody's Siri wants more information. And I would, so I have a sort of a short little laundry list. The first question I have is regarding the 13 units on the report. The table that listed that 13 units were vacated and only 5 were filled. I mean, that's unacceptable. I have to say I'm kind of losing confidence in West Hollywood Community Housing Corp. that it has its act together with respect to filling units. I think the last time we had one of these reports, there was one that was empty for more than a year. I just want to know if we can get a commitment from West Hollywood Community Housing Corp. that they would fill units within 30 to 45 days. I know you are in the business of doing housing and you do your best, but it seems like maybe your management company or something, but 8 empty units while we have 100 homeless people, that's almost 10% of our homeless population could have been housed. And then I get to the Harland where we have 12 affordable units in a building that was approved a year ago. And that gives us 20 units. That's 20% of our homeless housing problem could have been addressed. And I've asked this up and down the city organization chart and I've heard at least 3 kind of no nonsense excuses about why those units are not in service. The first was we can't move tenants in during a pandemic. Which seems to make 0 sense since our own mayor found an apartment, rented it, and moved during a pandemic. The second was that the building isn't habitable, that it lacked power, water, sewer connections, yet the city issued a certificate of occupancy, which is the very definition of habitable. So it's either occupiable or it's not. And if it's not, I would like us to rescind that certificate of occupancy immediately. Because a year of not being occupiable is not a certificate of occupancy eligible building. And the third was that I even actually heard that it wasn't realized that there was a rush to get the units occupied in a pandemic when we have 100 homeless people living on our streets. So I want to be really clear, and I don't know if my colleagues are with me, but those aren't good enough reasons for 12 brand new units to not be occupied. And I would like a commitment from West Hollywood Community Housing Corp. and our own city staff that we will have those units rented by April 1st. And if the developer cannot accommodate that because the building isn't ready, we should withdraw the certificate of occupancy. And if West Hollywood Community Housing Corp. cannot accommodate that in 30 days, they should be given to a different provider. And if the city has any confusion about our priority regarding getting people into housing, I hope that all of us and all of the members of the public and all of the homeless people who want housing remove that ambiguity. And finally, the Weatherly Palms project is another big disappointment. According to reports in the local news, the Housing Corp allegedly is involved in a lawsuit because a former council member, Heilman's planning commissioner, bought a property, flipped it, made $1 million by selling it to the Housing Corp, allegedly. And now the Housing Corp is going to ask us for money to reimburse that $1 million. No, ma'am. How can it be that you bought a property 2 months later for $1 million more? It just makes no sense, and it's deeply troubling. And I know the long history of supporting your organization is rock solid, but maybe that's the very reason such terrible decisions are being made. I would like the city attorney to notify me in writing when the city council should engage with West Hollywood Community Housing Corp. Regarding the Weatherly Palms project once that lawsuit is settled. I am not interested in having a discussion about whether or not that's a good use of $1 million of city money to pay a former planning commissioner who allegedly bought a property and sold it for $1 million more. I am very concerned about what we're doing if we're not focusing on getting people into housing immediately. I'm just kind of apoplectic over here in my house because we only need to do one thing. Well, 2 things. Keep people safe and get them into housing during this pandemic. And on the surface, we've spent a year with 12 units empty and a half a year with 8 units empty by our leading homeless and housing services provider. It doesn't make sense to me. So I would like to make a motion. The West Hollywood Community Housing Corp. will have the affordable units rented within 30 days by April 1st. Maybe they don't even have to move in, but they have to identify the people who are going to live there. That's my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. I would also like to add that I don't think, well, let me just ask the question. We haven't given any money on this project yet, have we? From the trust fund on the Weatherly project? Alice?
Sorry. No, we have not, this $1 million request has not come through yet.
Okay, because yeah, I have a lot of concerns about that as well. So Councilmember D'Amico, I will second your motion that we need to get these units filled. And in particular, the 8 that are already done, and there is a definite certificate of occupancy, and they are units that there's nothing wrong with them.
Councilmember Stein?
Yes, I just have some comments. I was really disappointed to hear about this lawsuit. Obviously, I don't know the details. I do know that it happened in June 2020, and despite a presentation given to me by West Hollywood Community Housing, there was no mention of this lawsuit, and I saw it in newspapers. That was the first time I found out about it. What I would like to know is I would like our city attorney to, and I'm sure you're keeping an eye on this, but it's really important to really keep a close eye on this and keep us apprised for transparency, good governance, liability issues that may be there. I don't know what's happening in this lawsuit. I don't know if there is potentially perhaps an injunction that may have been filed to stop the development from moving forward or not, but it would be incumbent upon us and incumbent on us to promote community trust, to be updated. I think, Allison, you said that during the annual report, we're going to get a more detailed reporting. I want to be kept apprised of what's happening here. Secondly, with regard to renting out I'm in agreement that these units should be filled. I don't know, I'd like to know more about process as far as 30 days, if we're setting them up for failure or what. I just want some feedback on how long it takes to rent these vacant units out, so we have a reasonable deadline.
I can provide some comment to that. Typically, when we kick off this project, and specifically speaking on the Harland, West Hollywood Community Housing Corp is just now receiving the transfer from Faring. And so, that's on the city in terms of expediting this project. Jesse can speak separately to the other units in the portfolio that already have C of Os. But as we've discussed previously and offline, in the emails from Faring, there were ongoing issues at the building with litigation and with warranty items. At the Building and Safety has informed us that at the time that they received their C of O, the inspector cleared them for all their systems, and all the systems they tested were up to code for the final inspection. So I think it would be, I think April 1 is a tight timeline. I think we would, May 1 may be more approachable, but I'm not sure if the units are going to be habitable until June 1. So I think that's my main concern, is we don't have Faring on the line to say if that's in terms of the building achievable, but in terms of processes internally, I think it might take us 30 to 60 days to lease 12 units.
Lauren Langer?
I was just wondering if staff could maybe do some research and report back on that item rather than making the direction tonight, just because the item was a receive and file on the report, it might be a more appropriate way to handle the direction if they could provide some more information and come back maybe on a consent item next meeting.
Thank you, Lauren. Maybe I can make a substitute motion that we would have a consent item on every agenda regarding the 12 units at the Harland and the vacant units for West Hollywood Community Housing Corp. Until they are filled. And that way we would get a 2-week update or so until we know what their strategy is for doing it. That's a substitute motion. I don't know if there's a second for that.
I'll second it.
I have a question for legal.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and now Councilmember Erickson.
Lauren, the previous comment, and maybe this is moot now because of the issue of the substitute motion. Can the city mandate we order this individual to fill these properties legally?
Well, I think that's one of the, I'm not sure anyone was expecting that direction tonight, and so I think it's something that staff might want to get more information on and be able to report back on the timeline.
I get you weren't
and the
expecting
feasibility
it,
of doing it.
I get you weren't expecting it, but from my understanding of the law, not a lawyer, but I don't think the city can legally mandate that. And I guess you can come back and tell us that if that's the case or not. But my understanding,
Because
it's a little.
And well, there's lots of factors that go into it. So it's not, you know, it's a more complex question, as Allison was pointing out, all the different factors and timelines that go into filling these units. It'd be a difficult thing to mandate tonight.
Yeah, because if the building isn't habitable by April 1st, and from what I'm hearing from Allison, it was June 1st, potentially, we cannot then set up a private entity to fail, because then they could come back and sue us based on that legally unlegal mandate.
It would be simple enough to just remove their certificate of occupancy, and then we don't have to worry about that.
If you want to go ahead and do that, that's for you to have a discussion on. I know we have a substitute motion on the floor in a second, but ultimately I just want to make sure that the public as well is really clear of, you know, kind of what the city is trying to legally mandate a nonprofit organization do or not do that might not actually fit within the bounds of the law. And that's the only thing I want to be clear about.
I think that Councilmember D'Amico, what he was asking for, and what my understanding is that at least the selection process begin, because the selection process doesn't have to be dependent on those apartments being ready. I mean, the selection process is complicated in itself. Everyone has to be contacted, and then they have to be contacted again, and then they, you know, so it's not like that happens overnight. So I think the idea is to get a little bit of a jump on something that's taken way too long.
So I want to jump in now. I think we're hearing loud and clear that there is a priority among the council to make sure that especially our affordable units are occupied as quickly as possible. We're in a housing crisis, and we hear a lot about vulnerable residents not having access to housing options, especially low-income options. And so I think it would be helpful to have an understanding whether that's available tonight or at a future meeting, to have some context around how that process currently works, what the typical turnaround time is to get people into housing, and whether and how that process can be expedited. In the interim, I think the request I hear on the floor tonight is to have an ongoing report from Housing Corp about units that are unoccupied and their status to be becoming occupied and leased up. And I think that I don't want to see us do something that's atypical and puts us in a problematic situation, but we are in atypical circumstances. And I think that that's where the sense of urgency is coming from, that we have extraordinary circumstances that are facing our residents in this moment. And I think each of us is trying to address that in ways that are important. I think For myself, I'm going to refrain from commenting on a project that will eventually go through a process. But I think you've heard certainly from community members the last meeting and this meeting about concerns that at some point will likely need to be addressed through that public process. And I think for my part, I'm going to let the public process address those concerns and not speak to them tonight. But I do think that this item was pulled. I'm hearing from my colleague, and I think all of us are saying that it's important to us that we get these units occupied as quickly as possible. And so if our city attorney has different guidance about what the appropriate motion should be, I'm open to hearing that. I'm also comfortable with the discussion about getting regular updates. And I think it's helpful for us to understand what some of the complexities might be causing delays. I certainly understand there might be issues causing delays, but I think I would like to understand why that would be the case, because in my experience moving this fall, I was able to do it. I know I'm in a different circumstance than the people we're talking about who would move into this housing. And so I just want to make sure I have a complete understanding of what that process looks like, so we're giving everyone fair consideration.
I don't mean to interrupt, but may I respond to some of the questions regarding the vacancies in our existing portfolio?
I'm comfortable with that. Go ahead, Jesse.
So I'd just like to say that the report is a moment in time, and it's not that 8 units were vacant for 6 months. Currently, our portfolio is at a 98.8% occupancy. We only have 5 vacant units in our entire portfolio right this second. Of those 5, 2 are in the process of being leased up, and 2 are being used by existing tenants as temporary relocation housing while their units are being repaired. So there is 1 unit right now that is vacant that we are in the process of finding a tenant, and that we do expect that to be leased up within the next 30 days or so. And that's typical for us.
And when would you typically initiate a process on the housing units in the Harlan project?
Because they're coming from the city's inclusionary list, typically we would do that 3 months before the units are available. Because if we start the process too soon, all of the income qualifying documents become stale, and then people have to recertify.
So can you, it sounds like they might be available or imminently available. So if you typically do that 3 months in advance, has that already been done?
That has not been done, because the latest information we have from the developer is that the units will not be available until June 1st. And that's new information for us.
Okay, so you can't make units available that aren't available to you, is what I'm hearing. So I think we need some understanding about how quickly those units are going to be made available to West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation in order for them to be occupied. It seems, there are multiple steps in this process. I think that's what Councilmember Shine was alluding to, that we get some context for some of these issues. I think that would be helpful. And if that can't be provided tonight, then it can be provided at our next meeting, whether through a receive and file or future presentation. But I think tonight's requested action was a receive and file, but I believe we now have a substitute motion on the floor that would ask us to take action to have an ongoing report update on our consent agenda. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yeah, thank you. I just had one more comment, and that is we had several public comments about the report and concerns about the accuracy of the report. And I just wanted to make sure that they understand that their comments also go into the record, as well as our comments. And so all of those comments go into the record and so they have been heard and we have been heard.
Okay, so we have a motion before us. If there's no further discussion, I would turn it to our city clerk for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mayor. So the substitute motion on the floor by Councilmember D'Amico, which was seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Meister, is that there will be a consent calendar item on every city council agenda regarding vacant units at the Harland and all West Hollywood Housing Corp units until all units are filled. Is that your motion, Councilmember D'Amico?
No, until all the Harland units are filled. I just
Okay.
want us to be updated on those units. Jesse explained that that was a moment in time. I'm glad that moment is past and now it's a different moment, but I think I am still interested in the steps that we take to fill the units in a building that has been complete for more than a year.
Perfect. Mayor, I'll take a roll call now on that substitute motion. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
No.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes, noting the no vote of Councilmember Erickson.
Okay. And now we'll move on to items. I think we can talk about items 4B and 4C together since they're related. But 4B is from staff. So we'll welcome that presentation on the pedestrian and bicycle mobility plan and implementation update. Before we start the presentation, Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers on these items?
We do. We have about 12 speakers for both items.
Okay, great.
Combined.
So we'll have a presentation on item 4B, and then we'll have our speakers, and then we'll get into discussion. I'll turn it to staff.
Thank you, Mayor. Bob Chung, Senior Transportation Planner. Good evening, City Council. Staff is pleased to provide a status update on the implementation of projects that are in the pedestrian and bicycle master plan. Should be able to see my screen. The plan was adopted in May of 2017. The plan identified 5 priority projects, which I will get to in a moment. The plan also identified 72 locations to be improved. 32 are unsignalized crossings, 14 are at signalized intersections, and there are 26 bicycle improvement projects identified in the plan. The 5 priority projects include the Almont Neighborhood Greenway. The city has installed temporary traffic circles and sharrows. The bicycle signal at Beverly will be implemented as part of the Beverly Streetscape Master Plan. And the outstanding improvement would be painting of bike boxes at Almont and Santa Monica. Project B, Santa Monica pedestrian crossing improvements. The city has to date installed signalized crossings at Palm, Hancock, Westmount, West Knoll, and Orange Grove. Currently, staff is working to install in-road warning lights at crossings at Greenacre, Poinsettia, Lapeer, and Hayworth. The Willoughby Avenue East-West Neighborhood Greenway is combined with the Vista Gardner Neighborhood Greenway, and staff is currently working on that project. We are working closely with the City of Los Angeles to install temporary measures as part of our outreach, and we will provide updates to the council as needed, but that is ongoing right now. And last but not least, Fountain Avenue pedestrian improvements. The city has installed a variety of different improvements along that corridor, including the reconfiguration of La Brea Avenue intersection. We extended the eastbound left turn lane. We also installed turn restrictions at Formosa, Hayworth, and Havenhurst. Also provided sharrows along the entire corridor, as well as other various treatments, including curb extensions and in-road warning lights and medians. As I mentioned before, there are a series of pedestrian improvements at both signalized and unsignalized intersections. This graphic gives you a quick look at where these locations are located. Likewise, there are a series of bicycle improvements as well. This is a quick little chart to summarize where we are in terms of our progress. These are all, I'm not going to go through the whole table, but these figures are presented in staff report. There are various different treatments that have been installed, including Cheryl's at 15 streets. We upgraded 12 intersections with lead pedestrian intervals. These are signal modification to allow for pedestrians a head start when they cross the street. So this has been proven to improve safety at intersections. We also upgraded various different crossings along Santa Monica and Fountain with in-road warning lights, as well as ADA ramps. And that concludes my update. Staff from both engineering division and planning are here to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions before we go to public comment? Hearing none, I'll go to our city clerk to administer public comment on this item, and as well as on item 4C.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker is Kevin Burton. Kevin, you have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Kevin, I see you in the meeting. I'm going to ask you to unmute. Okay, Mayor, I'm going to move to Jordan David. Jordan, you have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Jordan, go ahead.
Hi, Jordan David, Occupied Tonga Land, voter in West Hollywood elections. I'm very excited to see this item come forward and support it wholeheartedly. Making our city bike friendly will encourage more bike use, making our community more healthy, more safe, and reducing our carbon footprint by getting people out of their cars. As we reach an irreversible climate tipping point, I encourage the council to expedite this project. The way our sidewalks and streets are currently organized is anti-bike. Putting soft human bodies in the same street as engine-powered metal cages is causing extremely high rates of fatalities for cyclists. Currently, the only safe option when the roads aren't empty is to take the sidewalk. Although this is perfectly legal on most blocks and does not present a real danger to anyone, entitled West Side pedestrians regularly try to police cyclists back into deadly traffic. As our sidewalks become ever more narrow to accommodate local businesses, our greenest form of transportation is left without a safe traveling space. Please vote yes on this, both for the environment and for the quality of life for everyone in West Hollywood. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Our next speaker is Karen O'Keefe. Karen, you have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you may begin. Karen? Go ahead,
Can you
Karen.
hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm Karen O'Keefe of West Hollywood with the West Hollywood Bicycle Coalition. We strongly support item 4C, which would improve our city's bike ped mobility plan by adding protected bike lanes on Fountain and Santa Monica Boulevard. This would be an enormous step forward for safety and green transportation. Right now, we have no bike lanes east of Kings Road. Biking here can be stressful, especially for novice riders. Many quit biking because they don't feel safe. Even the bike lanes we have on the west side of Santa Monica Boulevard are not protected, and bicyclists are often doored, which can cause grievous injuries or even death. Drivers also often block the bike lanes by loading in them or cut into them without looking. We need protected bike lanes to keep bike and scooter users safe. In addition to the need for safety, urgent action is needed to shift more trips away from cars, which are our #1 contributor to greenhouse gas. Cars kill more than 30,000 Americans every year from crashes and 100,000 from air pollution. Cities that reallocate some of their public space from car dominance to biking and scooters are able to dramatically increase the use of those modes of transportation. We need to do the same thing. There are also other benefits. Protected bike lanes will move bikes off of the narrow, crowded sidewalks, making them more comfortable for pedestrians. We also desperately need a first mile, last mile solution for when Metro Rail comes here. And bikes are very much quieter than cars, which is great for reducing noise pollution. They also build a sense of community instead of having disconnected little bubbles of cars. We also know that foot traffic decreases crime. It's very reasonable to think that the same is true of having more bicyclists and that they would have the same deterrent effect. We really appreciate Mayor Horvath and Councilmember Erickson for bringing this forward. We're eager to support it and hope to be riding on protected bike lanes in the relatively near future. Thanks.
Thank you, Karen. Our next speaker is Kevin Burton. Kevin, you have 2 minutes to speak on this item. You may begin.
Good evening, Council. My name's Kevin Burton, and I'm a resident of West Hollywood, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the West Hollywood Bicycle Coalition in support of item 2B, which is the update you just heard from staff on implementation of the bicycle pedestrian mobility plan. We thank staff and Bob Chung for providing this update. This is something we required, we requested occur when it was first passed in 2017, and we're hopeful this will become more of a regular occurrence. We are pleased that the city has implemented various elements of the plan, and that's especially true of the pedestrian elements that have been implemented on Fountain Avenue since 2017, which have done a lot of good. But for bicycle elements, progress has been much slower. And although some elements such as sharrows have been installed, we would like to see more rapid progress on infrastructure like bicycle lanes, which provide several advantages to separate traffic from bicycles. That helps both drivers and bicyclists. It also provides less incentive for bicyclists to use the sidewalks, and this also applies to the scooters, rentals of which were recently approved by council. And planning for the bike lanes should be carried out in parallel, because if they're carried out in sequence, it'll take several decades before all of the proposals are actually implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next speaker is Michael Rossinelli. Michael, please press *6, and you have 2 minutes to speak on item 4C.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Well, I'm not technically a WeHo resident. I do live on Fountain Avenue. West Hollywood begins at my curb. Fountain Avenue is a really unique street. It's essentially used as a 4-lane highway in the middle of pedestrian neighborhoods, and it was never planned in a way for the massive amounts of traffic that it takes on. For years, Fountain has become more and more dangerous. In the last 2 years, I'm unable to count the number of accidents that happen in front of my apartment, not to mention the span between Gardner and Fairfax alone. One rainy evening, my car was parked in front of my building. I heard a huge boom outside, looked down my driveway, and a car was laying on its side, its lights beaming back at me. An older gentleman somehow swerved into my parked car, cracking the rear axle, and then flipped onto his side. The fire department had to cut him out of the car. Only months after that, on Halloween, I heard what sounded like a plane falling out of the sky. My whole apartment vibrated. I ran outside, and only feet away, a car had rolled multiple times. On the ground, just feet to my left, was the body of a dead girl. She had been flung from the passenger seat, through a wooden fence, and into the side of the building on the corner. The other 3 occupants of the car, which I would come to find out were all between 20 and 22 years of age, would survive, but with serious injuries. Apparently, they'd been going around 80 miles an hour, clipped a parked car, overcompensated, and then rolled over multiple times. I've even been hit by a cyclist. I walked out of my driveway and a woman who was riding on the sidewalk collided with me because it was too dangerous to ride in the bike lane. Additionally, the noise I hear in my apartment sounds like the Daytona 500. Everyone loves to use the light at Spalding as a drag racing light every 2 minutes. And I've been here for almost 7 years. There are shared bike lanes on Fountain, but they're too dangerous to use. It's one of the only streets in all of Los Angeles that is used as a heavily trafficked highway, but also has almost no businesses on it. It's 99% residential. My driveway shouldn't be an exit ramp, but it feels like it is. We've already adjusted our commuting habits, our willingness to ride bikes or walk over the last year because of the pandemic. Everyone should have a truly safe way to enjoy the endless supply of sunshine we're lucky to receive every year. If there's any time to do this, for this to become a reality, it's now. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker is Tom Bellino. Tom, you have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Tom Bellino. I live in Los Angeles. And I, as a queer person in Southern California, of course, frequent West Hollywood quite often. I try to drive as little as possible, so I often ride my bike to West Hollywood, at least in the before times, and hopefully again soon when I'm visiting friends and patronizing businesses in the area. And I too would love to take Betty Davis's famed advice to take Fountain, but as many callers have noted, it is very unsafe for people doing anything other than driving at the moment. So along with Santa Monica, I would definitely ask you to support adding bike lanes on Fountain. And this will have the impact of making everyone safer, as well as increasing the number of people like me who can come into West Hollywood and patronize the businesses and visit our friends and everything like that. Thank you so much for your time. And also thank you to Melissa for coordinating all these calls tonight. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Our next speaker is Danny Roman. Danny, you have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Please press *6 and you may begin.
Hi, Danny Roman, West Hollywood resident, owner of 2 businesses and soon 3 in West Hollywood. I am in support of protected bike lanes because it will encourage more bikers, which translates to reduced cars traffic on the road, which means less air pollution and noise pollution. More biking means a cleaner and safer environment, a more enjoyable work commute. It means more interaction with local business, which means more revenue for the city. It means healthier, fitter, sexier, and happier WeHoans. It means a better social circle, which means a more involved community. It means better sleep, a sharper mind, more confidence. It means better mental health. Cycling is a great natural cure for depression and reduces stress, which leads to a longer life. Biking has been the best alternative for avid gym goers to exercise and an easy intro to a healthy hobby for those who are new to outdoor activities, since the pandemic has created limited options. Bike sales have hit an all-time high in the world. Never in the history of humankind has biking been so popular. As a bike shop owner in the city of West Hollywood, I have personally witnessed an astronomical explosion in bike sales since March of last year. We went from selling 1 to 2 bikes a year to selling 50 a week. With less cars on the road, bikers have had more confidence and have literally taken over the streets. These protected bike lanes would accommodate the influx of new bikers as the world resumes to its regular traffic pattern. It is the perfect time to provide a safer commute and to ride this wave on health promotion. This is a huge opportunity to make WeHo the official biking capital of LA. On another note, I hope that we eventually start to refer to these bike lanes as alternative transport lanes, because they will not only be for bikers, but they will be for runners, roller skaters, skateboarders, unicyclists, or hoverboarders, and everyone's favorite, the elusive electric scooter ride. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Danny. Our next speaker is Eric Hines. Eric, you have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Please press *6 and you may begin.
Hey, City Council members and Mayor Pro Tem, this is Eric Hines. I'm speaking in favor of 4C. I'm a resident and also a tour guide in West Hollywood, and I've actually had the pleasure to speak on the behalf of cyclists regarding the extension of the West Hollywood bike lanes to connect past Doheny, and which did pass, which was really great news for us cyclists. It definitely shows the intent of West Hollywood and its City Council to really make West Hollywood much more of a vibrant and culturally viable area for cyclists, which just adds to the amazing beauty and diversity of the city. As I was saying, West Hollywood is one of the most culturally vibrant communities, and because of that, pre-COVID as a tour guide, I saw a massive increase in tourism into the city, and specifically to West Hollywood. It's desirable for both domestic and international travelers. And with those hundreds of travelers I've taken on tours through West Hollywood, the biggest concern and complaint was the lack of a feeling of safety while using the bike lanes in West Hollywood, which makes sense. It's been spoken about Fountain, the danger of using the shared lane on Fountain. Of course, Santa Monica Boulevard, good old Route 66. People still drive it like it's a highway. And unfortunately, in West Hollywood, it leaves cyclists feeling rather unsafe. So, having these isolated bike lanes, these shared transportation lanes would immediately solve that issue within the city. Statistically, it has been shown that having a bicycle-friendly environment improves commerce for local businesses. And of course, with the amazing, Michelin star restaurants we have and all the great, nightclubs that once this pandemic is over, of course, the vibrancy of West Hollywood is going to return rather quickly. So having these bike lanes ready to go and the city itself ready for that huge boom in tourism we're going to see after this is going to be really to our benefit. West Hollywood does have the opportunity to set a standard for how cycle-friendly neighborhoods can function and flourish in LA County. So thank you so much for hearing me, and I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Eric. Our next speaker is Jonathan Strauss. Jonathan, you have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Please press *6 and you may begin.
Hello, and thank you to the council, to Mayor Horvath, Mayor Pro Tem Meister, and a special thank you to Councilmember Erickson and Mayor Horvath for bringing this agenda item forward. I'm a resident of West Hollywood, and I'm calling in support of the protected bike lanes. A lot of folks have already covered the environmental and social equity impacts of moving away from cars. I also, even as somebody who lives a block off of Santa Monica Boulevard, and our family owns 2 cars, and I drive Fountain twice a day to preschool and back. I am absolutely in favor. I'm sensitive to the traffic and parking impacts of adding protected bike lanes, but the reality is that the only way that we can solve for traffic and parking is to get people out of cars. And so by providing protected bike lanes as well as other modes of transportation, including public transportation and the metro, we will move not only to a more equitable and greener city and community, but also to one with less traffic and less parking concerns. So I'm strongly in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our next speaker is Jason Bowers. Jason, you have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Please press *6 and you may begin. Jason? Okay, we'll move to our next speaker, Adam Kroll. Adam, you have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Please press *6 and you may begin.
Hi, council members. This is Adam Kroll. I live on Hayward off of Fountain. And so like other folks who have called in this evening, I want to express my emphatic support for a project like this. I do kind of want to mention separately the road and the bike lanes. So I really hope that these are designed as Class 4 separated bikeways, which have physical separation, protecting the bicyclists as well as other folks using them. As an earlier caller mentioned, instead of alternative transportation lanes, I hope they're called active transportation. And we really do not relegate biking and other modes of transportation to sort of secondary to car traffic. We know our city is quite compact and dense. And although, quite honestly, I don't really like bikes, I don't like riding bikes, I would absolutely get a bike and ride my bike around town instead of having to drive the like half mile to go somewhere because I don't feel safe on these streets. And then separately, I really do hope we do a lot of work to make Fountain more safe for the neighborhood and for pedestrians, for folks on bikes. I hope we take it back to one lane in either direction and do something to significantly slow down traffic, widen the sidewalks, especially for those in wheelchairs or those with mobility issues. It's really hard to get by. I know parts of Fountain are actually east of Fairfax or technically in the city of Los Angeles. So I hope we partner with them to make that street safer and better for everyone in the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adam. Our next speaker is Chelsea Byers. Chelsea, you have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Please press *6 and you may begin.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for the time tonight. This is really such an incredible advancement for the city, and I'm just so excited to see so many dozens and dozens of comments online. I read through every single one, and then just listening to all the people tonight voice their support. And just because it's Women's History Month, I think it's a really good opportunity to consider this proposal through a feminist lens. I've been reading a book called The Feminist City by Leslie Kern, and in this book, Leslie highlights the ways that cities are built to uphold patriarchy. And this inherently poses extreme threats in our daily lives, you can imagine. And once you read this book, you really can't see our infrastructure, our built environment any other way. So that's your warning. But I really highly encourage everyone here to read it. Leslie reminds us that in some ways, living in cities has been put forward as a solution to managing the multiple roles that women take on. In contrast to the suburbs, urban areas would seem to offer closer proximity of services, schools, childcare, work, and consumption. But the problem with this convenience is when we fail to see this through the lens of intersectionality. So as she says, we end up in a situation where some women are able to take advantage of the benefits of this urban life while others are pushed to the margins. So in a city like West Hollywood, protected bike lanes are really a game changer and a feminist priority. These will increase equity, access, mobility, and opportunity for so many. And as so many other people echoed tonight, I really think the priority on language is important. That's a feminist value. The focus of safety of the people who are utilizing the lanes must be the value, not the cars that are driving around them. So I appreciate those comments tonight, echo them, and just thank you for considering this and moving this proposal forward. And in Women's History Month.
Thank you, Chelsea. Our next speaker is Robin Weigert. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Robin, you have 2 minutes to speak on this item. I see you. Robin, go ahead. Robin? Okay, Robin is not there. Taylor Nichols. Taylor, you have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Please press *6 to unmute you.
Wait. I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Robin.
I was still muted on my phone. I just wanted to say, and keep it quick, that Danny Roman, who spoke earlier, sold me one of his bicycles, and I have a sort of just more personal approach to talking about this. I know my lifestyle has changed significantly with COVID, and I don't know that I'm changing back when it's over. I've become an avid bicyclist and don't know that I'll pick my gym membership back up. I think this is going to be true of a lot of Los Angeles going forward. It's an incredible lifestyle change, and I think there actually may be a cultural shift going on. I think we should adjust for it. It's great weather for biking here. It's wonderful to be taking in scenery while you're biking, and if it could just be made a tad safer. I've done a lot of traveling in my life, and most, if not all, European cities I've ever been to have got bike lanes everywhere, and certainly New York has picked up on this. And it's a it's a trend that's more or less a global trend right now, moving in this direction. I think we'd actually be sort of behind the times if we didn't pick up on it. And I do see a proliferation of bicyclists all over the city when I'm out. I think it'd be a great time, a wise time to make this shift. And of course, it has environmental benefits, but I also think there's a lifestyle shift happening in the city. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Robin. Our next speaker is Taylor Nichols. Taylor, you have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Please press *6 to unmute yourself and you may begin.
Hi, thank you very much. I will not try to reiterate all the previous wonderful comments regarding creating a safe passageway along Santa Monica and Fountain Streets for people who do not own a car or choose not to drive a car. I've lived on the 800 block of North Ogden for almost 25 years, and the residents of West Hollywood should not be forced to suffer the consequences of speeding and congested traffic along these east-west routes so that people commuting from, say, Glendale to Century City may arrive at their destination a minute or two faster. I sent to the phone host a couple of pictures of the sidewalk along West Hollywood, and it is barely passable on foot, certainly not in a wheelchair or anything like that. Bob Chung is a rock star. Thank you very much, and I look forward to continuing to shop and recreate in West Hollywood on my bicycle.
Thank you, Taylor. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Conway. Elizabeth, you have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Please press *6 and you may begin.
Hi, everybody. Hello. Thank you so much to all of the city council members and the mayor. My name is Elizabeth Conway. I'm a member of the West Hollywood community. A wise person once said, be brilliant, be brief, and be gone. So I'm going to try and do all 3 of those things with my statement. I'm echoing everybody's sentiments and my emphatic support for item 4C. With the protected bike lanes in West Hollywood. It is a win across the board for safety and sustainability. After a year of being stuck indoors, people have been craving being outdoors, and there's been a massive biking boom since the COVID-19 pandemic over the past year. Our city and Los Angeles in general is known for its traffic. People are driving up to 1 million miles a day in and around LA County and West Hollywood. And protected extended bike lanes will serve to encourage community members to not only be more eco-friendly when approaching their commute, but to exist in synchronicity with the traffic the city is known for, and most importantly, feel safe while doing so. Protected bike lanes will benefit bikers, pedestrians on sidewalks, local businesses operating on bike-friendly streets, drivers looking to safely navigate the roads, and ultimately reduce our collective carbon footprint in a manner that is safe and enjoyable for all. Once again, just emphatically voicing my support for the protected bike lanes on Santa Monica Boulevard and Fountain. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, we do have Jason Bowers on the line. I'm going to try and get him to unmute himself so that he can provide his comments. Jason, if you press *6, you have 2 minutes to speak. Okay, Mayor, he's not responding. So that was the last of our speakers for this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll now go to my colleagues, Councilmember Erickson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to move both items.
Oh, okay. I'll second that. Does anybody else want to speak? Mayor Pro Tem Meister?
Yeah, I'd love to speak. I have some questions for Bob Chung and then I'll make my comments. Bob, so we are planning to widen the sidewalks on Fountain, aren't we? At least on the north side, I think it is that it's very narrow.
Yeah, there's a law that requires cities to upgrade their sidewalks if they're substandard anytime you touch the corridor. So that would be something that we would include as part of the study. Yeah.
Okay, great. And as we all know, Fountain is mainly residential. Would putting in bike lanes, protected bike lanes, impact parking spaces?
It may, we have to look at, because Fountain, the right of way is really sporadic depending on how, which section of Fountain. We would have to do a very extensive study on the right of way, the width, and the sidewalk. So because it changes so much, it's hard to say where we would potentially lose parking or not. So the study, which is part of the recommendation, would go towards identifying those sections where we may or may not need to remove parking. We can also look at a road diet. There are many ways of looking at this. So the study would look at all options and we'll come back to City Council with a recommendation.
Okay, great. Because I just want to make sure that if parking spaces are going to be lost on Fountain, that the residents are aware of it and that there's outreach to the residents to ensure that A, they're aware, and B, that they're okay with that, since there is a lack of off-site parking on Fountain. And I do think that we have to be sensitive to the residents who live there, that they'd be able to, park their cars at night when they come home from work or wherever.
We'll do everything we can to preserve the on-street parking spaces, but it's a possibility that we may lose some depending on which section might be more constrained than others.
Okay, well, let's be sensitive again, when you do your studies on that. And if we do have to lose spaces, then we have to think about where we're gonna find them for those residents. And I'm very supportive of Santa Monica Boulevard. I've been pushing for infrastructure for Santa Monica Boulevard for quite a while, and because I do think that we need lanes, we need safe lanes so that people are comfortable riding their bicycles or other modes of transportation safely, not on the sidewalk. And I would say that for me, Santa Monica Boulevard is very important in that, that's our one way of getting to, goes to Santa Monica, the city of Santa Monica, and it goes to downtown. And so it's an important place for us to have the bike path. So looking forward to see what you recommend for that, Bob. Thank you. And thank you to my colleagues for bringing this forward.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes, I want to also thank you, Mayor and Councilmember Erickson. Protected bike lanes really will bring us into the light and into a space where we can truly say we are a progressive city once again. And I have a question on item 4B from staff. I'm a little unclear with the long-term plans. I read both the staff reports, the items, the actual pedestrian bicycle mobility plan, which was almost 200 pages. It was very fascinating. Loved it. I would like to know, the staff report references short-term, medium-term, and long-term, and it said 5 years, but I wasn't sure. It wasn't very clear to me. Is it 5 years from the time you're sharing this with us, or is it 5 years from when the mobility plan was created? Because I've had several residents, obviously there's a lot of issues with Fountain, with the sidewalk. I'm glad Councilmember Meister brought that up, or Mayor Pro Tem Meister, with narrow sidewalks where truly they are a danger, and I'm glad we're going to be working on those. But also Crescent Heights and Norton. Not only do I have personal experience with the dangers of cars speeding down Laurel Canyon, and I know we have the side warning lights, but I will tell you, and many residents actually have reached out to me and have the same concerns, that people that are crossing and cars going by really, really speeding. They don't see the people, and it's reflected in, I believe there were 2 to 3 bicycle accidents reflected in the report, as well as 1 to 3 pedestrian accidents. So I just want to know timeline for the long term, where the timeline starts and begins, and also what exactly is going to be upgraded with regard to these intersections, because it wasn't clear to me. I know we have the side lights. Is the upgrade then going to be in-street lighting? Because the in-street lighting that was put in on Fountain Avenue is pretty effective compared to what these other side lighting crosswalks have.
Okay, so there are 2 parts, I think, to your question. One is the timeline, time frame, and second is more specific on certain improvements. I'll answer the first one, and I'm going to defer the second answer to Richard Garland, who is with our engineering department. The time frame listed in the ped bike plan, they're sort of just estimation of how long it would take. So they're not actually exact timeframes. And what I think engineering does is they try to coordinate certain projects with maintenance that would happen anyway as a matter of course. So for example, they wouldn't install sharrows on a street that is planned for repaving because they'll just have to do it again. So they consolidate that work into one, which is a lot more feasible and efficient. So that's the time frame for the longer projects. Some of them are a little further out there, and it all depends on, again, the workload that, there are 74 projects. So we're trying to get to the lower hanging fruits, and then some of the more complicated ones that are further out and less of a priority, we can defer those to, again, coincide with other projects that are in the mix. And I'll see, I'd like to ask Richard Garland to chime in on your other question.
Thank you. You're on mute, Richard.
Can you hear me? Okay, the other question had to do with the pedestrian crosswalks. We have about 20 locations where we've identified that the lighted crosswalk with the flashing yellow lights in the pavement, which is called in-roadway warning lights, that those would be an appropriate measure to improve pedestrian safety and increase their visibility when they're crossing. We've already installed those features at, I think, 8 locations, some on Santa Monica Boulevard and some on Fountain. We have about 12 or 13 more that we want to install those, and we're actively designing 4 along Santa Monica Boulevard, and the design should be done in the next month or so. And at each of those locations, when we go through the design process, we look to see if there's an opportunity to have a bulb out, as we call it, where the curb extends out into the street to shorten the distance that people have to cross the street. So we're looking at those opportunities on Santa Monica Boulevard, on Doheny, on Sunset, and various other locations. So it really depends on when funding becomes available. Right now, as I say, we're looking at 4 locations on Santa Monica Boulevard. If we have the funding to proceed with some of those other 12 or 13 locations, then we will actively pursue those at that time and add it to the CIP.
Thank you. And I also want to add that I'm very aware from reading the report for the reasons why some are priority near term, midterm, long term, based on the blue bubbles, which indicated the amount of accidents that have happened in certain sections, which show that's a hazardous place, and we need to focus on those.
Okay.
Additional comments? Okay, the item has been moved and seconded. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation for item 4B was discussion of the city's pedestrian and bicycle mobility plan and provide direction to staff. The second recommendation for item 4C was to direct staff to take necessary steps to analyze the inclusion of protected bike lanes on Fountain Avenue and Santa Monica Boulevard in the pedestrian and bicycle mobility plan, to direct staff to issue a request for proposal to conduct feasibility studies for bike lanes on Fountain Avenue and Santa Monica Boulevard. And finally, 3, to direct staff to return to City Council with the results of the feasibility studies and recommend amendments to the pedestrian and bicycle mobility plan based on the results of staff's analysis. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Wonderful. And now we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 9:15. We're all back. Lauren Langer and Paul Arvalo. When you're back, we can start.
Hello, good evening.
Hi. Paul, are you
okay?
Is David here? If Paul's not, I just want to make sure we have, or Oscar, one of our city manager representatives here.
I'm here, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. Go ahead, Lauren Langer.
Great, thank you. So we are at item 4D, which is an updated urgency and regular ordinance for the City Council to consider regarding premium pay and associated labor protections for grocery, now drug retail, and certain retail workers. So on the meeting of February 16th, the City Council adopted an urgency ordinance adopting $5 premium pay for grocery workers and provided direction for us to update the urgency ordinance and come back at the following meeting and to look at definitions that the City of Los Angeles had included in their similar ordinance to include in ours. So this report responds to the direction of February 16th, and it does a few things. One, it adds in drug retail workers and other frontline retail workers at larger stores that also sell groceries and drugs. These types of workers face the same increased hazards and stresses as those in grocery stores, providing essential services to the community through this pandemic. Two, the revised ordinance provides credit for stores that are already providing premium pay. So that makes it clear in the ordinance that if a grocery store or drug retail or other retail store is already providing some level of premium pay, they'll get credit towards that $5 requirement that the City of West Hollywood is imposing. Three, we clarified that the 120 days would start at midnight tonight. Since we hear these items late into the evening and urgency items are adopted immediately, we thought it would be helpful to the grocery stores to make clear when they ask that we could have it start at midnight tonight. The other part of the direction was to provide outreach to some of the local stores. And I know that Tara and Janet are on, and they may be able to provide a short report on the outreach that was conducted since we last met.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Yes, following up on City Attorney Langer, we did reach out to the impacted businesses, in this case, the CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. After the last council meeting, the action, we did have some of the grocery stores themselves reach out to us to ask for clarity on when the ordinance went into effect and asking for information about the posting that's required for the ordinance to be on site. Thank you.
And we did provide the notice, a copy of the notice that the grocery and retail stores could use, and have sent that out. So with that, I believe that concludes our report. The revised ordinances should respond to all of the direction from the last meeting. We have a revised urgency ordinance that, if approved by 4/5 of the council, would go into effect immediately and replace the urgency ordinance from the last meeting. And there also includes a non-urgency ordinance, which could be introduced on first reading. We'll come back for a second reading, and then 30 days after that, we'll go into effect and replace the urgency ordinance. So we are available for any questions.
One item that wasn't that was referenced in the staff report but wasn't addressed in the ordinance had to do with Best Buy. If you could please explain your thinking behind the choice not to include that establishment.
Oh, sure. And you know, it was interesting because we had a lot of conversation at the last meeting about what the City of LA and other cities had included in their ordinances. And one of the reasons we didn't adopt revised definitions at the meeting last month was because we hadn't quite vetted out exactly what they covered. And so when the direction was to mirror the City of Los Angeles and the additional stores that they had included, which was drug retail and larger retail stores that sell groceries or drugs, It seems that that category of businesses were more in line with the direction to follow the city of Los Angeles, and for businesses that are providing the same essential services to the community and are experiencing the same hazards to group them all together. So that was the recommendation, to follow the Los Angeles model.
Okay, we have one speaker and then we'll get into questions and deliberation. Go ahead, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Our only speaker on this item is Rachel Torres. Rachel, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item. Go ahead, Rachel.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening, City Council. My name is Rachel Torres. I'm the Deputy Political and Civil Rights Director with UFCW Local 770. We just wanted to call and thank the council and staff,
Mayor.
the city.
I know someone's speaking, but I don't have any audio, and I haven't had any audio for the last couple of minutes. So I'm trying to figure out how to be in the meeting. So I'm going to sign off again and sign back in. And I think Rachel Torres is speaking because her box is open in my screen, but I know I just haven't heard anything for 3 minutes now or something. So I guess I don't actually need to hear it, right? Because there's 4 people listening, but I'll sign off and see if I can sign back in.
Mayor, do you want to give Councilmember D'Amico a moment to come back in before Rachel concludes her public comment?
Let's let Rachel finish her comment.
Okay.
And if Councilmember D'Amico comes back in and has questions about it, we can revisit that. But I think we're okay allowing Rachel to speak, and then we'll wait for him to rejoin.
Thank you. Okay, Rachel, go ahead.
Thank you, and I apologize to Councilman D'Amico for not being able to hear. But again, just wanted to reiterate our strong support for this update on the policy that was passed unanimously by the City Council 2 weeks ago. We are proud to say that the policy has been implemented successfully in the City of West Hollywood in grocery. Workers are more than thrilled about the raise and are very much in support of this update and implementation. The owners of these stores have done the right thing, and we believe will continue to do so during this update of the policy. It's been vetted by multiple cities. There already are policies passing tonight in the city of San Mateo, Pomona. Tomorrow, the cities of Alameda and El Monte will move forward. And also just to note that the city of Long Beach recently won its against the injunction sought by the California Grocers Association. We do want to comment on one piece, which is just to acknowledge that the hazard pay is not to be used in lieu of the vaccine, that the vaccine is rolling out as we speak, which we are proud of, but workers are still very much in a hazard zone and will continue to do so until the majority of our community, our city, our county is vaccinated. So once again, we want to thank this council for your strong leadership, for implementing the previous policy urgently, and we hope that you will move quickly on updating the policy tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachel. Mayor, that was our only speaker for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll turn to my colleagues for questions and comments. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I'm generally supportive of this, but I do have some questions, and that is, I guess, and Rachel mentioned this, Ms. Torres mentioned this, that the county is now prioritizing grocery workers, which means that they're eligible to get the vaccine, and I believe that it's as of today. Interestingly, I've been trying to get a vaccine for my parents, schedule a vaccine for my parents for the past, I don't know how long. And a couple of days ago, I went on the CVS site and there were tons of appointments. My dad just let me know that now Cedars is texting him saying that they can call for an appointment. So now everything is happening at once, and it seems that things are opening up. And as you know, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine has been approved, and that's going to be rolling out very quickly. So I just wonder if if it would make sense to consider the amount of days to 60 days rather than 120. I think 120 was, I mean, it's obviously partly because of the slow vaccine rollout, which it seems to be picking up. I don't know how arbitrary the 120 days is, and maybe Lauren Langer can advise about that. But what I'm just wondering is if it would be smart to do like look, our end game is to get people vaccinated, because basically the workers and our residents are not safe until people are vaccinated, regardless of the hazard pay. So my feeling is, especially because we're including CVS, the pharmacies, the big box pharmacies, as well as the grocery stores in this, if we made it a 60-day ordinance and reached out to the CVS, to reach out to the grocery stores to coordinate to get the workers vaccinated as quickly as possible. And I think that it would be advantageous for them to do so if we say, look, we want you to work together to get this coordinated, to get people vaccinated. Otherwise, we will extend this ordinance by another 60 days. So I'm not suggesting that it only be for 60 days and that's the end, but we can always extend it after, or, when we get to the point where it's a couple of weeks before the 60 days, if we feel that there has not been a coordinated effort to get people vaccinated, then we can do that. My feeling is that the vaccination is the end game. That's where we're all going towards, and people are not going to be safe until we do that. Grocery store workers are as our servers are super spreaders until such time that people get vaccinated. So I just thought it might be a way to have them have a good faith effort to get people vaccinated, with the carrot being, we do this for 60 days. If you don't want to participate in this, if you don't want to reach out CBS to Gelson's and Pavilions to get this done, then fine, we'll just extend it 60 days more, so that it gives us a little bit of, a little bit more influence maybe over that process. And I would think that would be their end game too. I would think the stores would want to get their employees vaccinated. And so I just wonder if there's any interest in that change of the 60 days rather than 120, with the direction that we get all of the drugstores and the grocery stores, encourage them to work together to provide a safer environment, not only for their workers, but obviously for our residents that are going into these stores. The other thing is that we have to remember too, that we have not been subjected yet to a lawsuit. However, that is always a possibility, and it might be, maybe Lauren can speak to this as well, it might be less likely if we do 60 days rather than 120 days to start. And I know that Councilmember D'Amico mentioned earlier today that he would prefer not to get into lawsuits with our businesses, and here we are with that possibility. So I'm just trying to think out of the box to try to get, again, the end game is to get people vaccinated, and seeing that things are opening up at Cedars, at CBS, and the fact that we have a new vaccine coming out that's going to be rolling out quickly. I just thought that might be something that my colleagues might want to consider. Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much. So I don't support that, but for a couple of reasons. I always love thinking out of the box thinking. It's what the city does best. However, I think that there is a few things that we need to highlight. Specifically, one, yes, the vaccine is the end goal, but that doesn't mean you're not going to get COVID. The vaccine helps preventable to make sure that you don't have to be hospitalized because of the actual virus. The vaccine helps prevent against those types of things, but making sure that your symptoms are minor. Additionally, just because you get the vaccine doesn't mean that you won't get COVID. Just like when you get the flu vaccine, it doesn't mean if you're not going to get the flu. And I can personally attest to that because I get the flu every year, even though I get the flu vaccine. But additionally, I don't think we want to be in the business of, I think, getting in between those items regarding getting the vaccine and whether or not 60 days here or these groups are doing this here. Specifically also because CVS and Rite Aid actually aren't even opposed to hazard pay in the slightest. So I think that starting to go down this path is not only confusing for, I think, the workers, but I just don't think it's ultimately the right end here. I get where you're trying to go with it, but I think we should do what staff has recommended. And additionally, I think that what we also need to do and make sure that we understand is that no other city has done this, and there's probably a reason for that. And then also making sure that people who are here are protected, but in understanding and how getting the vaccine is not so easy, as we all know. And ultimately, it will take months for all of these workers to actually even get the vaccine, if they can even get the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, or if they're subjected to the Moderna and Pfizer one, which is in a 2-shot combo, so then it's going to take even longer. And right now, we're seeing a lot of places have the first shot, but can't guarantee the second shot. And then there's a lot of public health concerns going on with that as well. So I don't think we should be getting in the middle of that. I think we should be standing with our workers here, protecting it, moving this item forward, and ultimately making sure that we're doing what we do as best as a city and leading on this important cause, as the public commenter said.
Councilmember D'Amico.
I actually think Lauren has a great idea. And if I'm not mistaken, we need to have 4 votes to pass this. So I support that. We need leverage in this. We need people to get together and take care of our workers, take care of our residents. And 120 days, I have no problem giving that, potentially giving that away, but I am interested in what we can get done in 60 days. Now that the state has allowed, as of today, essential workers to get vaccines. So I think it's kind of a brilliant move. I think it really takes into consideration people's health versus their pocketbooks only. And $5 an hour certainly will not keep them from getting COVID, but $5 an hour more and a vaccine will. So I very much support that, and hope as a council we can really think a little more specifically about the good we can do more broadly.
Shine, did you want to weigh in?
Yes, I think that working with the CVS and the stores to encourage them to work with other retailers and grocery stores to make sure that there is a streamlined process for getting workers vaccinated is a wonderful idea. I'm curious to hear from Lauren Langer, what is our legal liability of shifting that onto CVS? I want to know a question answered there. And also, I'm also very mindful of Councilmember Erickson's comments that despite getting the vaccine, the reality is we have different strains happening. Johnson & Johnson has a lower efficacy than Pfizer and Moderna with some of the newer strains. We may have other strains happening. I think there's also an issue with there are people that are scared to get the vaccine, quite frankly, and they still need to work. And it may take time to educate them. And so do we then say, well, you didn't, here's all the information, but you didn't get the vaccine. So, there's that aspect of it too, especially people that are in communities of color are very hesitant to get this vaccine. They may want to wait until it's safer. There's also the issue with that I'm thinking that a person that is working 40 hours a week, every day, 8 hours a day, may find some difficulty, or it may take longer for them to finally make the appointment and then go to the appointment, and all of those issues related to that. So I would like to hear from Lauren Langer on the answer to my question. And also perhaps another way we can do this too is to find out if there's another way we can do this by working with the businesses to encourage them to do a more streamlined process for vaccine education and so forth.
Yeah, I think that's in line with what Councilmember Meister was suggesting, because as I understand it, it's more a question of timing and how long this mandate is in place. And as I understood the proposal, it was initially do it for a shorter amount of time, 60 days, encourage the grocery stores and the local pharmacies that might have vaccine to work together, try and get local workers vaccinated quickly, not mandating vaccine, but just seeing if now that grocery and retail workers are eligible for the vaccine as of today, see if that might expedite getting some of the local workers vaccinated, and sort of the carrot being the ordinance would only be in place for 60 days, and see if that might work as some sort of a compromise with the Grocers Association and get everybody working towards the same goal. So I just see it as a question of timing and how long the mandate is in place and whether it would be extended after that 60 days.
And how would we quantify, I guess, the end goal is to get people vaccinated, but also how do we know after 60 days a certain percentage of people that our employers have been? And again, I want to also say there is no opposition from the pharmacies or drug retailers to the 120 days. So if this were to happen 60 days later, we come back, what metrics are we looking at, and how do we quantify that?
I think people get, because I haven't been vaccinated, I don't know for sure, but I think I've seen people on Facebook showing their vaccination, that they got vaccinated. So I would imagine that they could just show that to their employer or the union. That could be a possibility. Again, this is to encourage this, and it could be extended. And we could also add on to that if we see that COVID cases are not going down in our city, that we will continue the ordinance to another 60 days. I mean, there are other things that we can look at. We know those numbers. We also know when there are outbreaks in the grocery stores or in any of our stores. So those are all metrics that we can be looking at.
You shouldn't set public policy though based on something you see on Facebook personally. That's the only reason. So if you could design some metrics for how you're going to get these businesses to work together, I'm happy to have this conversation. But I think to Councilmember Shine's point, we haven't received any letters of opposition, so I really don't know where this is coming from. And specifically, CVS and Rite Aid are in support. They haven't sent in anything, and they're supportive of hazard pay. And I think it's very dangerous to set hazard pay based on vaccinations personally. So if you could maybe give direction to city staff on actually how to do this, I'm happy to have that conversation, but it doesn't sound like you have that idea concretely down. And unless we're going to do that, I think we should be really with our workers right now and just be looking at this item as staff has presented.
Well, actually, I think that if the grocery stores and the retail drugstores have a choice between 60 days and 120 days of hazard pay, I think that will be leverage to encourage them to work together to get the people who want to get vaccinated. And we know that they know how to do this because they have appointments on the internet. That's what I did to get the appointments for my parents. Just went online and there they were. And if they are eligible, which they are now eligible, there could be a way of doing this where it doesn't have to be online and they will coordinate it. I can't imagine that they can't figure this out. They're sitting there making prescriptions. They're probably pretty bright people.
Yeah, but it takes
I'm going to
long time.
interject because I haven't spoken yet. And so maybe we can take a moment to have a breather and think about what what our path forward can be. But I do think that I just want to respond to some of the things that I've heard. We made the recommendation to move this item forward, and we did that. And we also asked for some additional modifications, which are before us tonight. And I think those modifications, we've asked our staff to bring that forward. And I think they've also learned from what some of the response from the court has been as to policies that have come forward that look a lot like what we're considering tonight. That doesn't mean we have to do what other cities do, but I do think that it gives some insight into whether our policy will withstand a test in court. I know some other cities have done more pay. The city of Montebello did 180 days instead of 120 days. And I think the idea is creative, but I think it has a few flaws. First, people who get the vaccine can still get COVID. They can still carry COVID home to their families, and they are still at risk of many dangers that result from COVID, even if they get the vaccine. To me, the hazard pay isn't leverage to get people to get the vaccine. The hazard pay is a recognition for the work that's being done on the front lines, and quite frankly, has been done since the beginning of this pandemic by people who are not at the top, but people who are often working multiple jobs just to make ends meet. This is a 4-month extension of pay to cover that risk that they willingly took upon themselves so that we could all continue to have the essential goods and services that we need to get through this very difficult time, including medication. And I think that's really the goal of this ordinance. And I think that we, if it's our desire to try and motivate a vaccination process, I think that's important. But I don't think, I'm glad to hear that some people have had a very easy time getting a vaccine appointment. I know many more people who have had a quite troublesome time trying to get a vaccine appointment. And I also know that just because you can get, this is all contingent upon vaccine availability. Right now, Cedars is still not providing vaccines to everyone because of the availability or lack thereof of the vaccines. I know that's going to change in short order, but right now, in this moment, when we're being asked to consider making this decision, it's just not available to force this creative option on the timeline that you're suggesting. It doesn't mean we shouldn't try. It doesn't mean we can't have these conversations with the businesses to try and get them to work together. But I think that if we're really trying to support the workers and recognize the value of the risk they have taken, that's what's before us tonight. If we want to enhance what we're doing to make sure that they're protected by trying to get involved with the vaccines, we can try. But I also think, you know, we haven't been able to do that for our own residents. So I'm not confident we're going to be able to do that for these workers especially when it's incumbent, you know, it requires these businesses to be willing participants. So I am willing to try it, but not at the risk of rewarding people who have sacrificed so much already and are still putting themselves in harm's way, whether or not they have a vaccine in their arm. And so I'm just wondering if we can move forward what was brought before us tonight with additional direction to find a path forward to bring vaccines to these workers and get our business community to work together. Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. You made a really good point that I've literally been talking about with my mom, who got vaccinated. She's 83. After she got her first vaccine, she was so excited and said, I want to come up for Persian New Year in March. And I told her, first of all, you need to get your second vaccine. And the other issue is that Ashley's high risk. And so even though you're protected, until Ashley and I are both vaccinated, we could still get it from you. And what you said about workers that may get the vaccine, but then go home and give it to their family. And their family may not be part of they're not essential workers. They're not part of the prioritized group. I think that in itself reiterates the reason why we even brought this forward. It is hazard pay, not only for the worker, but for their families, because essentially they are out there every single day being exposed. I would like us to move this forward for 120 days, but I also like the idea of working with CVS and the grocery stores for them to work together to make sure our West Hollywood workers have access to the vaccine.
Is that a motion, Councilmember Shine?
Yes.
I will second it.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments and I do understand where you're coming from, but I also think that we do have, as I said, this was new information about the eligibility. And I do think that things have opened up. And to have that carrot to get people to get the grocery stores and the drugstores to coordinate, to expedite the vaccines, it not only helps the workers, but it actually helps our residents because we don't have, we will have people working at the grocery stores who will be vaccinated. And they're the ones who are seeing hundreds of residents a day. So my feeling is that this is a compromise to help our residents as well as the workers. And like I said, this is not saying that 60 days and it's over. If we feel that it needs to be extended because of circumstances that we've discussed, then I am totally open to extending it. But I don't think that we're giving the grocery stores and the retail pharmacy the incentive to put in that extra effort unless we give a little too, which would be the 60 days. Thank you very much.
I think that strategy could also potentially backfire, just looking at it from another point of view, that workers, if we're making a correlation between the pay increase and people getting the vaccines, then it could delay people from getting the vaccines. And I think that's not what we want. I understand what your intention is, but I don't know that we can control to create that. I don't think what is being considered right now controls for the outcome that you're intending. I'm hearing loud and clear what it is you're intending to do, but I don't think it's guaranteed. And in fact, there could be other outcomes, like I said, where it actually delays people because they can extend getting that additional pay. And so you can't force people to get a vaccine. So, they could delay it. They could be willing to get a vaccine, but because it will increase their pay potentially for another 2 months, they'll delay getting a vaccine in order to get that pay increase extended. And I don't think that that's the choice we want people to be making. I think correlating the two is creative, but I think it doesn't necessarily guarantee the outcomes we're expressing tonight. And I think there's a way to do both without them having to be tied to each other. Councilmember Shine.
I had that same concern, and it kind of goes along with the fear of BIPOC communities and not wanting to get the vaccine already, and then you're dealing with essential workers who are working at wages that they might prefer the longer wage than actually getting the vaccine. I do, like I said, I think we should vote on this as we asked for in our last meeting, but also add to that Mayor Pro Tem Meister's idea about, and I think 120 days can still be a carrot, by the way, because I have a feeling we won't get all our workers vaccinated in 120 days anyway. And that can be our carrot. In 120 days, we need you to show us that you have prioritized our workers in West Hollywood, our grocery store workers, retail workers, drugstore workers, and maybe we can get a report back. I'm not sure exactly how much legal standing we have to do something like that. But if we can do it, then we add that to what we've received today and ask that they come up with something to show us that they're working very diligently, all the stores together to offer, I guess, instead of using the word get, to offer the vaccines to their workers.
So I'm going to call the question.
I had one more question for Lauren Langer, and that was because we did get a letter from the grocers that did suggest a shorter period of time at one point. Does she think that there is less of a chance of us being drawn into these lawsuits if we do it in a more staged manner?
And I would answer that and say perhaps. The Grocers Association, from what we understand, has named the city in a lawsuit, but they haven't served us yet, and we haven't been in direct communication with the Grocers Association. We do know from a letter that was filed last time, one of their requests was to do it for a shorter amount of time, so it could be seen as a compromise of sorts. But I couldn't say for certain that would satisfy them enough to withdraw the lawsuit. But it certainly could be seen as a compromise or being responsive to their request.
So now I'm going to call the question and turn it to our city clerk for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mayor. So the motion on the floor is to adopt an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood, amending and extending premium pay and associated labor protections for grocery, drug retail, and certain retail workers working in West Hollywood, and setting forth the facts constituting such urgency. Also to introduce on first reading an ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood, establishing premium pay and associated labor protections for grocery, drug retail, and certain retail workers working in West Hollywood, and also working with drugstores and grocery stores to work together to offer essential workers vaccinations. Councilmember Shine, did you want to include within 120 days on that motion or leave it as is? for the requirement of drugstores and grocery stores to work together.
Yes.
Okay, within 120 days. So is that the motion on the floor?
Can I make a substitute motion?
I've called the question, so I think we have to vote on that first.
Okie dokie.
Okay, Councilmember D'Amico.
Oh.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
No.
Mayor Horvath.
Yes.
So we need a 4/5 vote for the urgency ordinance to go into effect. So the urgency ordinance does not pass. The first reading passes. And the recommendation that the drugstores and grocery stores work together. Is that correct, Lauren Langer?
Yes, that is correct. Although it's a little bit awkward because the regular ordinance sets a date of March 2nd through May 31st for drug retail and retail stores, but won't go into effect until 45 days because it's a regular ordinance.
I would like to make a motion that we move forward with what we have been discussing, and perhaps we can get 4 votes to do this for 60 days and revisit this after we know what the retailers are doing to help get their employees vaccinated. I don't know, Madam City Attorney, if that motion can be made, given the motion we just made that failed, but I would like to try to do that again if that's possible.
I think that is okay because the only thing that passed from the first motion was introduction on first reading. So I think that you could further tinker with the ordinance and reintroduce it in line with the urgency ordinance if there is a 4/5 vote to adopt that. And if you were to adopt that, I believe 60 days, this is in section D2 of the ordinances, 60 days would be for grocery stores February 17th through April 17th, 2021, and drug retail and retail stores March 2nd, 2021 through May 31st, 2021.
Lauren Langer.
Yes.
Sorry. So I think if I'm saying this publicly and maybe the public is also confused, could you potentially go through what just happened so the public can understand, and then what one of my colleagues is suggesting potentially happen that you agreed with, and kind of talk about the implications there, because my questions are more now legal, and so I would love to hear from you. So that way, if we're not following, it would be helpful for the public to be able to follow as well.
I would be happy to do that. So the motion included adoption of an urgency ordinance, which requires 4/5 vote of the City Council. The second part of the motion was to introduce on first reading, which is just the first step of 3 in adopting a non-urgency ordinance. That requires a simple majority. The third part of the motion was to direct the grocery and retail and drug retail stores to work together on vaccinating their workers. So so one piece of the motion was not able to move forward as written. So if there is a desire to try revisions to the urgency ordinance and try to get them adopted again tonight, then you could also make revisions and reintroduce the other ordinance to match so that they're the same.
Maybe explain that that last part one more time.
Well, if there's 4/5 vote to get the urgency ordinance adopted with a 60-day time frame, you would want the non-urgency ordinance to also have a 60-day time frame and for them to be the same.
I just want to offer, I know we have to get to 4, and I think that this, like I said, this is intended to be creative, but I do think that this will disincentivize people to get vaccines. And I don't feel good about that. I think that's concerning that we're sending a message that we'll pay you more if you wait longer to get a vaccine. And I don't think that's what we want to be doing.
I don't think that if we're making it more convenient for them to get vaccines because they can run across the street from Gelson's to CVS and the appointment is done and expedited, I honestly don't think people are going to play with their lives. I think they're going to go get the vaccine. If it's opening up and it's convenient for them to do it and their manager lets them go and get their vaccine, during their work day, I think they'll do it because they want to protect their family.
That's assuming a lot. I don't think we can assume that
You're assuming too.
Thank you. My point is, I think you're assuming that workers, perhaps it's been a long time since you've been a frontline worker, but I just want to say that it's not so easy to have your manager allow you to take off work to go do personal things. There's no guarantee that first of all, we're not making it easier. We're just hoping that it's easier. We as a city council are not actually changing anything about the availability of vaccines by this decision tonight. So we're not actually making it easier. Other places might be making it easier because it might become available at more places. But then you're also assuming that people are able to take off work, that they're able to negotiate that with their employers, and that isn't a whole, now we're entering into, them having to show a medical record in order to substantiate what kind of pay they're getting. I just think there's a lot of complicated things in there that, like I said, I don't think you're intending something bad. I just don't think it's been thought through. And I don't know that frontline workers who are working 2 and 3 and 4 jobs are able to take time off to wait in long lines in order to get vaccines. I don't know that, hopefully they will be, hopefully more will be made available. But those are my concerns. Councilmember Shine.
I have a question for Laura Langer. Just trying to understand. So from my understanding then, the non-urgency ordinance, the first reading, we have not voted on that yet, correct?
You did vote on it, but it could be revised. Because it's just one step in a multi-step process. It's not adopted until second reading and 30-day waiting period.
Okay. What is the metrics? Again, I'll say this. I want to understand what the metrics is for looking down the road in 60 days to see. It's just we rely on CVS and the grocery stores to say, hey, we worked together and we made this available and that's the metric? Or is it people that were vaccinated? What if they get vaccinated in 50 days? It's made available and then they're not fully immune until 3-4 weeks after that. I'm trying to understand what is the metrics that is involved in what we're looking at.
We're talking about vaccinations, right, which they will be able to track. And we can also add to that what our numbers are looking like. And if there have been outbreaks in these stores, the county tracks that, we know it, we get those numbers, and then we can make a decision. 2 weeks before the 60 days is out, we can say this will automatically come back to us for review.
And I believe, sorry, Mayor, I believe when it comes back to us at 60 days, it only needs 3 votes.
Well, that was actually going to be my question for Lauren Langer. If we wanted to pass what's before us tonight on a non-urgency status, so that it doesn't require the same voting threshold, what can you explain what the implementation, what changes to the implementation would then happen? Is that possible for us to pass tonight as a non-urgency ordinance?
Well, yes, it is possible. The first step, it was before you tonight, first reading. The thing that is, as I mentioned, awkward is that the proposal was to have, okay, so let's look at it this way. Grocery stores, you already have an urgency ordinance in place that covers grocery stores for 120 days. But let's start there. The proposed urgency ordinance would replace that. So that's an important point. You have an ordinance in place for 120 days. The proposed urgency ordinance was going to replace that and add drug retail. On the non-urgency ordinance, they're identical. Drug retail is supposed to go into effect March 2nd, but the non-urgency ordinance won't really even be in effect until the middle of April. So it's a little bit difficult to retroactively apply this to drug retail stores for 45 days when they've already been doing their pay periods for three pay cycles. So it creates a strange complication to only do this by non-urgency basis.
Okay.
And we did pass, we all voted last time to pass the grocery stores, and then by our vote tonight, it passed, so it exists. The grocery store workers will receive pay starting today, right? Because it passed on the second reading.
It actually passed last time by urgency.
Right.
And so it's in place for grocery store workers.
Great. Great.
Not amended to include drug and retail store.
Right.
And what happened with the last vote is that you could move forward with the non-urgency ordinance, but as I mentioned, it's a little bit strange to include drug retail and retail stores, and it won't go into effect for 45 days after the date you wanted the pay to start.
I guess the reason why I'm really struggling with this is I really feel we're playing with people's lives. I feel like we're playing with people's lives who might fear getting vaccinated because they don't know and they don't have the same access to health information that people do. I know, and I speak to people all the time, that people go get the vaccine. I've been vaccinated, and it hit me like a truck the next day, and I was out for days. And luckily I have a job where I'm awarded sick time, where I'm able to do that if I needed to. A lot of these places, people will go to work and they can do it and they can take sick time, but some people aren't represented. And how we continue to make sure that we're standing with workers and really, I think, passing this item. And so I understand what you both are saying. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Meister and Councilmember D'Amico are saying. I should be more specific. However, I would urge you to think about the implications of these actions and really say, okay, people aren't signing up to get the vaccine because it's almost impossible to get an appointment these days. And getting an appointment is not as easy as it can be, and it could be a 60-day long process. I know people who have a vaccine and then they've been denied the second one. So then what happens? And so, I'm really worried that we're actually playing here with people's lives. And I'm really worried that we're actually playing with a majority BIPOC communities, people's lives as they are workers here in our stores, as we've seen. And I'm worried about the implications of what that says. And I want to thank Councilmember Shine for highlighting that part and really talking about it. And, I get you want to have a carrot and a stick, but ultimately I would urge you to think about a way in which maybe we could come to some type of solution, and maybe we will, and that's fine, and we will move on. But I am troubled here because I think that you are playing with people's lives, and I'm bothered by that.
So, Councilmember Shine.
I have another question for Lauren Langer. Just so I'm clear, the urgency ordinance in place is 120 days for gross rate workers. The vote that we may be taking, I can't remember now if there's a motion on the floor, but would that replace this urgency ordinance, or would it only deal with the drugstores and other retailers that were added?
That's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question. The proposed urgency ordinance that's in your agenda tonight was intended to repeal and replace the last one because it makes a couple of clarifications. It adds some information to the findings. So it is an improved, more clear ordinance than the ordinance that was adopted last meeting. There's some other enhancements to it that provide a little bit more clarity.
And if we don't pass anything tonight, then the urgency ordinance that was passed before is rescinded?
No, your urgency ordinance from last meeting is still in place.
Okay, so it doesn't need a second reading, it's just done.
No, that's correct. What needs a second reading is the non-urgency piece of this. And you first read a non-urgency ordinance, but it still needs a second reading at a future meeting.
So Lauren, your one issue is regarding the timeline is what I'm understanding here, is that let's say we amend this to be a non-urgency, we pass, 3 votes. You're worried about that 45-day period essentially here that will cause some complications, if I'm understanding correctly, right?
Yes.
Great. Is that, in your opinion, putting you on a legal standpoint real quick, does that set us up for any potential issues in the future? Could this be used because no other cities have done this? And so if we were to pass this as a non-urgency, but just move it forward, I understand that workers would have to wait that 45 days for it to go into effect. But either way, we could still do it. And in your opinion, is it fine? Or are we, giving the Grocers Association just another whack at whatever you want to call it? I can't think of a metaphor at the moment. It's too late, but
If you wanted to keep your urgency ordinance in place and just move forward with the non-urgency ordinance tonight, then I would recommend making it prospective and have the drug and retail store pay go into effect on the effective day of the ordinance, not start on March 2nd, because the companies are already going to have paid 6 weeks of pay. And so that's a burden to put on the stores and then go back and add the hazard pay on when they've already processed 6 weeks of payment. So if that's where the council lands, then I would change the date for when drug, retail, and retail stores go into effect.
And that would be 45 days from the, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Right.
No,
so,
and then reintroduce the non-urgency ordinance.
Okay. So I mean, I don't know. I mean, here we are. I mean, if we want to.
Councilmember D'Amico.
So, thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that I am very much in support and want to find a way to pay the workers that were not included in the emergency ordinance we passed 2 weeks ago. It's really important, but it is equally important that we provide as much thoughtful consideration about every single possible thing we can do to get people vaccinated, to keep our community safe. And I think there's been a lot of supposition and a lot of talking on behalf of people who are not in the room about whether or not getting a vaccine is likely, possible, dangerous, wanted, needed. What I do know is that we're all progressive, smart thinking people who want to do the best for our residents. And right now, I think our residents would like to know that we're paying our frontline workers a wage that they deserve, but we're also helping them to get vaccinated so that they can be around in those stores safely. And that's why I think it's such a good idea. I think it's possibly a considerable amount of it is symbolic, but enough of it isn't, that some number of people will get vaccinated. And 60 days from now, my belief that hazard pay is finished, I don't think that's going to be the case. But I will be happy to know that there was a good amount of effort put into getting as many people who work in those places vaccinated as possible. That's why I want to do this. I want every septuagenarian and octogenarian that lives in our city, and we know, hello, aging in place, Lindsay Horvath championed that for a decade. We need to make sure that senior citizens are safe. We need to make sure that people with disabilities are safe, and we need to make sure that people who work in our stores have access. And this is one way to do it. And there's no harm in trying to marry those two good ideas and finding reasons why it's a bad idea. It's only 10:16. We could be here for another 2 hours. That's why I would like to propose that we move forward with doing this for 60 days. Lauren has already said it can be passed for another 60 days. Lauren Langer, excuse me, the city attorney has already said it can be passed for another 60 days without it even needing to be an urgency item. It could be on consent perhaps. So I just think we need to keep our eye on the ball, and the ball is getting people vaccinated and keeping them well and helping people to earn a living wage in this very complicated time. We know how to do two things at once, at least, and that's the two things I think we should be doing right now. So I'll just make the motion again. If it fails, we can move on. I'll make a motion, the same motion that was just made, but for 60 days instead of 120 days.
I second it.
And
Lauren Langer?
So that is for adoption of the urgency ordinance and reintroduction on first reading of the non-urgency ordinance for the 60-day periods.
Yes.
Okay.
Is everybody clear on the motion?
No.
Councilmember Shine.
Can you repeat that, please? I'm still not clear. So can you repeat that?
I think.
Am I the me or is Lauren the me?
No, Lauren Langer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. So the motion is to adopt the urgency ordinance with 60-day time periods for grocery stores, drug retail, and retail stores. For grocery stores, that would be February 17th, 2021 through April 17th, 2021. Drug retail and retail stores, March 2nd, 2021 through May 31, 2021. And then this urgency ordinance has other clarifications and enhancements to the findings. The second part is to reintroduce on first reading the non-urgency ordinance with the same dates, 60 days, February 17th through April 17th for grocery stores, and drug and retail would be March 2nd, 2021 through May 31, 2021.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister?
If it would help get this passed, I would be amenable to saying May 31st to all of it, so that it's all on the same ending date. So it would actually give 90 days for the one that we already passed and 60 days for the new, and they end on the same date, May 31st. And then when we do if we need to do a 60-day addition, we're all on the same timeline. Is that something that you would be agreeable to?
Sure.
Councilmember D'Amico?
Yes.
Lauren Langer, are you clear in terms of the language that would need to be changed in the ordinance to accommodate that motion?
Yes, in fact, I would, instead of listing the number of days, I would just say in D2, hiring entities shall provide the pay required in subsection D1 as follows. Grocery stores, February 17th, 2021 through May 31st, 2021. And drug retail and retail stores, March 2nd, 2021 through May 31st, 2021. And that language would be in both the urgency and the non-urgency ordinance. And just for clarity's sake, do you also want to include the direction from Councilmember Shine to ask the stores to work together?
Yes.
Because it was technically part of the first motion, and so then everyone can be clear on another three-part direction.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there any further discussion? If not, I can turn it over to our city clerk for a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Since Lauren Langer clarified the motion on the floor, everyone understands. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
No.
Councilmember Shine.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
No.
The urgency ordinance doesn't pass. The regular ordinance doesn't pass. Lauren, do we revert back to the first motion that passed? And so it would just be the regular ordinance that went into effect
We can
with the 120 days?
We can try one more motion perhaps where we adopt what's before us as a non-urgency item.
Okay, so then only recommendation number 2, which is to introduce on first reading the ordinance as written with the 120 days.
So this would leave the urgency item in place
From
grocery
February
work,
16th. Okay.
but everything that's new before us would be introduced today on non-urgency. Lauren Langer?
Could I make the suggestion that drug retail and retail don't go into effect until April 16th because then you have the backdating problem of the pay. So under that motion, you'd be reintroducing on first reading the non-urgency ordinance, and drug retail pay would be in place April 16th through August 16th, 2021.
I'm glad you looked. I was counting on my phone 45 days from March 2nd. So you got April 16th, so I did too. So I feel a little bit better, Lauren, about that now.
Lauren, if you think that that's a workable path forward, I'm happy to make that a motion.
And I'm happy to second it.
I think that's better than having the hazard pay go into effect tomorrow when the ordinance isn't going to be in effect for 45 more days.
So this keeps in place for grocery workers what was already approved, and it implements for the additional workers starting April 16th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilmember Shine.
Does this also give the credit to where was the language for Trader Joe's and stores that have already given the premium pay?
Oh, that's a good point. That won't go into effect until this non-urgency ordinance is adopted.
So, well, we don't have 4 votes, so I think that's the compromise.
Okay.
So, is there any discussion on the item? Any question about what the motion is? Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yeah, does it include what we discussed earlier and that Councilmember Shine mentioned when she made her motion about, her addition about directing staff to coordinate drugstores, grocery stores to expedite vaccinations for eligible grocery workers and drugstore workers?
I'm comfortable with including, we can encourage businesses to do that, absolutely. We just don't have any control because we don't have any vaccines to provide to this. We can't open up vaccination sites on our own. So yes, I'm happy to include that as part of the motion, that we give that direction and encourage businesses to do that, absolutely. And John, are you comfortable with that? Councilmember Erickson, are you comfortable with that as a second?
Took the words right out of my mouth.
Okay. Any further discussion? Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Does everyone understand the motion on the floor? Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The regular ordinance passes with the additional recommendation of Councilmember Shine.
Okay. We now can move on to our next item, which is 4E, consideration of an ordinance of the City of West Hollywood prohibiting smoking in common areas in new units located in multifamily dwellings, and the rest of the language. Councilmember Erickson, I believe that you pulled this item from our last agenda. So perhaps Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item?
We do, Mayor. We have 4 speakers on this item.
Okay. Councilmember Erickson, would you like to hear from the speakers first, or do you want to?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll do that first.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker on item 4E is Jim Viceroy. Jim, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes to speak on item 4E.
Yes, thank you. My name is Jim Viceroy, and I just want to thank you for the opportunity. I wish to thank City Council Member John Erickson for his interest in this important issue of secondhand smoke in multi-unit housing facilities. I will begin by saying that having looked at the proposed ordinance bill, I could only conclude that I find it to be disappointingly limited in its scope, providing only partial protection for non-smokers while leaving loopholes in the most crucial and problematic areas, namely that of private units and existing tenancies. Hopefully, the following points will help encourage City Council members to adopt stronger measures in an improved ordinance bill without grandfathering of existing tenancies. First thing that I would like to draw your attention to is that according to the American Lung Association, more than 86.3% of adults in America are non-smokers, which leaves only 13.7% of adult Americans as still smoking. With a ratio of more than 6 to 1 in favor of non-smokers, I don't think any elected official should have any difficulty deciding which side of this issue deserves their support. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, confirms for quite some time that secondhand smoke is dangerous at any level, especially for children, putting them at risk of developing asthma, pneumonia, bronchitis, a whole bunch of lung issues, problems that don't get better, and poor lung function. Also, clinical research indicates that any kind of secondhand smoke, is that my time? Time is up?
Yes, your 2 minutes is up, Mr. Viceroy. Thank you.
Okay, well, okay, I would have liked to finish, but I just want to say that I did post my, the entirety of my comments on the website, so anybody that wants to read them can. Okay?
Thank you. Our next
Okay, thank you very
speaker is Marcel Brand. Marcel, please, you have 2 minutes to speak on item 4E. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Okay, I'm going to move to our next speaker, Rob Bergstein. Rob, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Rob Bergstein, and I'm a resident, property owner, and landlord in West Hollywood. I want to thank Councilmember Erickson for bringing this item back for further discussion. As Mayor Horvath said in an article in the Beverly Press, she was unable to vote on this smoke-free housing ordinance as the city needed to figure out if we were in favor of smoke-free housing or not, and the current ordinance did neither. While what is before you tonight is a step in the right direction by making all new tenancies smoke-free, what I'm hoping you will address is to decide on a reasonable time frame, perhaps 6 months or a year, for those existing smoking tenancies to also become smoke-free. If not, it will be 10 to 15 years before those smoking units turn over, and during that time, all of those neighboring units' residents will be forced to be exposed to toxic secondhand smoke in their own homes. I hope you will take this step in order to protect the health of the majority of West Hollywood residents who do not wish to smoke tobacco products and do not wish to be exposed to toxic airborne substances in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Our next speaker is John L. John, you have 2 minutes to speak. Please press *6 and you may begin. John? He was just unmuted. John?
During that time, those neighboring
Yes, good
Go
evening,
ahead.
Honorable Mayor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is John Von Lingner. I'm a 12-year resident of West Hollywood. Thank you, Council Member Erickson, for bringing this item for further discussion. Thank you, Council and City staff, for your work on the policy. I ask that the Council revise the ordinance to protect the health of residents in existing tenancies and include a plan to phase out smoking inside existing units. I have been subjected to secondhand smoke in my home for 2 years now. When I sit in my living room, smoke from my neighbor pours in. The smoke comes in from the vents, from electrical outlets, from everywhere. Closing my windows and doors does nothing to solve the problem. This has impacted my health. I suffer from chronic sinusitis and allergies exacerbated by cigarette smoke. And people like myself are already subjected to secondhand smoke in our homes. The ordinance, as it's written, won't do anything to protect my health. So I implore Council, strengthen the ordinance and include provisions for phasing out smoking inside existing units. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, John. Mayor, I'm gonna try to get Marcel to unmute again. Marcel Brand, please press *6 to unmute yourself, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. Okay, Mayor, they're not unmuting, so if they let me know, thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn it to Councilmember Erickson.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I pulled this item because I wanted to look at the existing units for multi-unit housing. And I understand that we had part of this conversation at the last time. I've thought about it and I pulled the item because I do believe that if the city is going to be bold and really look at how we're protecting residents, in understanding how we protect them from secondhand smoke, which is extremely deadly. Myself being an asthma person, I think that we should be bold, select a date, and really do it. We don't need a survey. We don't need a registry. I really think that if we're going to do it, staff will figure it out. And so my motion would be to, and I remember after rewatching the last meeting, we picked a year from now. So I'm just going to pick a year from now, but I'm happy to have that conversation if my fellow colleagues would like to. That would just be March 1st, 2022 for the city to implement and fully become smoke-free in existing housing stocks as well.
Okay, is there a second? I'll second it for purpose of discussion. Is there discussion? Okay, then.
So in our last, Lauren Langer, you go. You're the smart one. I got nothing.
No, I was just gonna, let's hear from the council if the council's interested, but I think we could probably work in some language changes tonight if the council was on board with that proposal. So I want to hear from everybody else. Thank you.
Well, I just have a question. So last time we were setting up a registry of units that were smoke-free or not smoke-free. I forget which, actually. Sorry, I'm a little tired. But so we don't need that registry, right? I mean, we don't want them to go to the trouble of making a list that goes to zero on March 1st, 2022. And there was a survey to study what the result would be, or there was a survey, and those results would be studied to determine if a date certain would be selected. So we wouldn't be doing that either. This would merely be to have the second reading of our first reading, which was to make the public spaces in residential properties smoke-free immediately or 30 days from the adoption. And then the second piece would be to make all multifamily housing square feet smoke-free on March 1st, 2022. Is that right, Lauren? Is that right? John?
That is my understanding of what I said previously. It is late, so I feel your pain there too, Councilmember. But Lauren, Lauren Langer, I'm sorry, I keep doing it. I'll turn it over to you in case you needed more clarity. I know I didn't want to interrupt you. I saw you gesturing to speak.
Yes, that was my understanding of the proposal. I see Danny Rivas has joined us too. The ordinance is set up to pretty easily make those changes if that's the will of the council. There's no changes needed with respect to the language for new units. It would just be the language about existing tenancies and inserting a date by which those would become smoke-free.
Okay, Councilmember Shine.
Thank you. I have the similar concerns I had last time. In our last discussion, we talked about having staff create programs to help people become smoke-free. We discussed getting to a smoke-free city and having that be a possibility, which is important. I feel uncomfortable putting a 1 year deadline, putting 1 year in for our existing units to be smoke-free without programs in place to help people get there. Smoking is extremely addictive. And if the other thing I'm concerned about is what happens to our renters. If we're saying, okay, by March, you're a smoker, by March 2022, you cannot smoke anymore on your patio, in your unit. Let's say they're in a building that it's not a smoke-free building. Does that mean then those renters are exposed to evictions or fines, and then continued fines, and then perhaps they end up having to leave the city because they can't they can't quit because they just don't have the mechanisms in place or the programming. I would love for our citizens and our residents to quit smoking. Absolutely. I just want to make sure we're not then punishing people rather than creating a progressive, taking a progressive stance. And I think we need to take this in a measured way, which is why I thought the registry would be great. And then the survey would get feedback from the community and also condo associations, I believe, with private property owners and what their the outreach to them, because that's a whole other issue of, do we tell people who have bought a building or a condo, then, well, we've decided now that you can't do such and such in your private home. And we haven't done any outreach to you or anything like that either. So these are all my concerns, and I would love to get some information back.
I'm happy to answer them, or I'm happy to direct them towards Danny. I know I had a conversation with Danny, but I share those same concerns. It isn't a cause for eviction because the citation is between and Danny, correct me in my speech if I'm wrong with our code, but the citation isn't something similar to like what we have with Airbnb, that if a renter is in violation of the Airbnb, it's a citation to the landlord, so then therefore the landlord has cause to evict. This is a city citation to the individual tenant specifically that is not cause for eviction. And I think it was written, and correct me if I'm wrong, Lauren Langer, that people could not be evicted as a result of this, and that people won't be able to be evicted as a result of getting a citation for smoking in their ordinance. Danny, did you want to explain what I tried to briefly explain in your own words? I apologize for speaking on your behalf.
No, not at all, Councilmember Erickson. Yeah, so you were right in terms of what you articulated. So the rent stabilization ordinance does call out that smoking is not grounds for eviction because it is not considered a nuisance. And so what policy would be adopted, and we reiterated that actually in our enforcement section in the proposed ordinance, so it's already built into that, so that it would not be an eviction. However, if a landlord had it written into their lease or rental agreement that precluded somebody from smoking, then that would be a contractual obligation and a civil issue between the landlord and the tenant.
And how does this work with private condo owners?
So in terms of private condo owners, well, they wouldn't have a landlord because essentially, they would be owners of their own spaces. However, if they did have something written into their CC&Rs as a part of their homeowners association, that again would be something that they would contractually be signing and entering into, right? No differently than what I just described between a landlord and tenant rental agreement. So it would be up to that potential condo purchaser to read through those CC&Rs to make that determination on whether or not something was written in there that precluded them from smoking.
And what if the CC&Rs are silent?
Then if they're silent, then what would fall on is, we would go through our administrative citation process, but we wouldn't have to worry about if they're silent about them being evicted because they would be their own owners. So it'd be a non-issue.
But we could still cite them?
Correct. We would still be able to cite them no differently than we would issue a citation to an occupant in an apartment building.
What is the amount of the citation?
The first administrative citation is $250 with a $50 administrative fee. So total would be $300. But leading up to an administrative citation, we do issue warning notices, which are not fines. And so we would issue a warning notice prior to issuing an administrative citation.
I see. Do we have any programs in place, smoking cessation programs in the city of West Hollywood right now?
So we don't have any programs in place, but there are resources that are available through the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health. And so what we would be doing is working to put together those resources, having a dedicated webpage on the city's website, and then making sure that we are doing outreach leading up to the implementation of the program. And then even as a part of issuing a potential warning notice as a result of receiving a complaint, we would be reiterating that information as well to folks to lead them to that webpage to that information that we would be collecting and using.
What's the fine for the second violation of this?
The second would be $500 with a $50 administrative fee, and then the third would be $1,000 with a $50 administrative fee. One of the things that I want to just make mention, though, Councilmember Shine, is as a part of us doing research and reaching out to a variety of different cities, it's very far and few folks that actually are ever issued a citation. It is challenging in terms of being able to collect the evidence needed in terms of taking that. So most of what is done is outreach. It is reports that we receive. It is warning notices that are administered as a part of the program. And this is information that we collected from a lot of the cities that already have a smoke-free housing policy in place.
Is there a way for us to offer a smoking cessation program, and then when people are fined, that fine can be removed if they show that they are entering a smoking cessation program?
So that is something that we haven't looked into as of yet. And, I can defer to our assistant city attorney, Lauren, as well, if she has anything to add, but I don't know if that's something that we could do.
Yeah, I agree. That is something, it's certainly not a standard practice in our code enforcement toolbox, and it's certainly something that we would want to look into a little bit further.
And I had that same question sent me when I was talking about this as well. So I know that Danny, he said the same exact thing he said to you just now. So.
I think it's important to, if we're going to set a timeline of 1 year, then we need to give our residents tools to actually quit smoking. Because yes, I'm so happy to hear that people won't face evictions. But $250, $300, $550, $1,050 for people that are already going through a pandemic and have a lot of stress, that typically stress makes addictions and the use of substances more likely to continue. And if what Danny's saying is we pass this whole thing and the enforcement is going to be very hard, because how do you get the evidence? It's not like a noise complaint where you show up and you could tell somebody's boombox is going on and they're having a party from 50 feet away. Then is it even effective in creating a truly smoke-free city if we don't then put mechanisms in place to actually help people kick the habit or the addiction of smoking?
So I'm going to call the question. We have a motion and a second. And so Lauren Langer, go ahead.
I think Danny has some revised, we'd have to show the revised ordinance language if it was the motion to adopt the 1 year timeline?
Yes, I think that's what John.
Yes.
Yes. Councilmember Erickson, is that right?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so here is some, it could be accomplished through some pretty simple changes. Danny can show them.
And let me know if you're not seeing that, because I did share my screen. It's showing that I am sharing.
I see it.
Lauren, do you see it, Langer?
Yes, yes, okay. We see it. Do you want me to go through it?
I can go through it. Or you?
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Your screen.
Sure. So on the first page here, you'll see that just the two words that we're deleting and removing all new. So that would be deleted from section 710 O10 under the purpose. On page 3, We would have a couple of changes. So the first would be in section 7.10.040, existing tenancies. So we would be deleting such conduct, adding smoking, which would pertain to the smoking of tobacco, not the smoking of cannabis or vaping, removing not through the sentence. And then we would enter into a date if City Council did decide to use the 1 year, as Councilmember Erickson had mentioned, then we would plug in that date into this section here. Under the next section, 7.10050, subsection A, we would add and then we would reference 7.10.040, which is the existing tenancies, because we are making changes to that. So we would certainly want to make sure that we're reflecting that in the noticing requirements. And then on page 4, under section 7.10.060, enforcement, we would be adding language that would include the date and would reiterate and reflect what we had mentioned and what City Council had established in terms of whatever the effective date is. So if that again is a year from now, using the March 1st, 2022, what Councilmember Erickson had suggested, then we would plug in that date there. And then again, we're reiterating and referencing the 7.10040, which is existing tenancies. And then the last change would be under section 7.10.070, limitations and exceptions. So the last paragraph here, we would again just reiterate whatever date City Council decides. Those would be all of the changes that would be made to reflect.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. We just reviewed the language changes that would be made. And the question has been called. Go ahead.
So that does not prohibit the smoking of cannabis, only the smoking of tobacco, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. And for clarification, as part of this, the previous direction to create a registry and to conduct a survey would be removed as well with the introduction of this ordinance. Okay. So there is a motion on the floor by Councilmember Erickson and a second by Mayor Horvath. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
No.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
Motion passes, noting the no vote of Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Okay, and now we will move on to Commission and Advisory Board appointments and reappointments. Madam City Clerk, are you gonna walk us through this?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So the item before you is to continue doing the appointments and reappointments for the city's commissions and advisory boards. Mayor Horvath, are you ready to make your direct appointments this evening?
I'm prepared to make some.
Okay, great.
So for Arts and Cultural Affairs Commission, I'm going to reappoint Martin Gantman. For Business License Commission, I'm going to reappoint Robert Waltzman. For Human Services Commission, I'm going to reappoint Barbara Meltzer. And for Planning Commission, I'm going to reappoint Stacy Jones. For Lesbian and Gay Advisory Board, I'm going to reappoint Marna Deach and Billy Francesca. For the Russian Advisory Board, I'm going to reappoint Eugene Maskey. For the Senior Advisory Board, we just appointed Nadia, but I guess it's a reappointment technically, so Nadia Sutton. And for the Women's Advisory Board, I'm going to directly appoint Angela De Silva. And that's all I'm going to do tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next, Councilmember D'Amico, are you ready to make your Public Safety Commission appointment and or your Female, Lesbian, and Gay Advisory Board appointment? You're on mute.
I sounded perfectly fine to myself. I'd like to reappoint Zakia to the Lesbian Gay Advisory Board, and until we have our discussion about the Public Safety Commission, I'm going to hold off.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Councilmember Erickson, your direct appointments to the Human Services Commission and Transgender Advisory Board.
Yes, thank you so much. To the Transgender Advisory Board, I'd like to appoint Deshawn Gray. And then to the Human Services Commission, I would like to appoint Chelsea Byers.
Great. And we also have the at-large appointments on this agenda. Is the council prepared to make any at-large appointments this evening?
I think Mayor Pro Tem Meister's face said it all. I was watching her to see if she was ready, and I think she said exactly what was in my heart. So I think we're going to postpone that.
Yeah, I would love to see, once everybody's made their directs, a cleaned up list of who we have left for each of the commissions and advisory boards, because it's, at this point, it's so confusing because we have trues where they're false, true, and people who have been appointed as directs and they're still on the list for the at-large. So I think that it would be prudent to wait.
Okay, and if the council is amenable, at the next meeting, we're having an item that will provide some clarification, I believe, for some of the appointments. So my thinking was to not bring this item back to the council until the April 1st meeting. Does that work for everyone? Okay, great. Then that's what we will do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get off unmute fast enough. I apologize. I know I've been getting a lot of calls from a lot of commissioners who are maybe chair, maybe vice chair, all their rotations, if potential to alleviate their stress, because I know at-large is a while away. Could the boards hold off on those votes and for the time being? I guess if there's no chair, there's no chair, so we have to do it, but maybe holding off on those things until everything's constituted.
So I can have conversations with the liaisons for all the commissions and advisory boards and talk through next steps if chairs weren't reappointed and how we would move forward. And that's something I can do this week with the liaisons.
Okay. So we moved item 5A to consent. Item 5B is the update on the approved mixed-use development with residential units, retail, restaurant, art gallery, design showroom, and office uses located at 9040 9098 Santa Monica Boulevard, otherwise known as the Melrose Triangle Project. I will turn it over to staff for a report. And Madam City Clerk, before I do that, I'm sorry. Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers on this item tonight?
We have one speaker that signed up to speak. Let me see if they're still in the meeting. Yes, they are. We still have one speaker.
Great. We're gonna hear from staff first, and then we'll go to that speaker.
Great. Good evening, Mayor, Board of members of the City Council. I'm Adrian Gallo with the City's Current Planning Division. I will provide a status update on the Melrose Triangle project.
Oh, I have one question. I made some notes and I ignored my notes. Madam City Attorney, I think you had some comments you wanted to provide to kick off this, our discussion tonight before we get into the staff report.
Sure. I just wanted to give an introductory remark on this item because it is a little bit unusual to have this type of update before the council. But what we have here is a project that's entitled. It's been entitled for many years. It's been delayed for quite a few years, and it's on this unique gateway parcel that receives special gateway bonuses, and there was a statement of overriding considerations for its environmental impacts caused by the projects that were overridden due to the project benefits. There's also work currently being done on the site, and we also know there's an application pending for amendments to the project, which Adrian will go over shortly. So the City Council's requested an update on the project. And actually, this type of update provides a really good opportunity for additional transparency on this complex project that's had a complex history and provides an important gateway and sits on such an important site. So the update's really an important piece of providing some transparency to the project and informing the public. I just also want to note that no formal action is required on this item tonight, And nothing tonight shall be considered prejudgment of any pending amendment applications because any amendment for the project is still under staff consideration. CEQA review has not been conducted, and so this is really an update item where no formal action is being requested. But staff can answer any questions that you have about the project and its status and its history.
And to that complex history, if you could please speak to, I'm sure many people in the community have seen the numerous reports about allegations regarding this developer and improper behavior on land use items outside of the jurisdiction of our city. If you could talk about the protections that the city has put in place and making sure we're protecting the city while considering this item moving forward with this developer.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I saw some of the public comments raised as well, asking questions about the developer and certain allegations against the developer. And, you know, and frankly, it's challenging because people are innocent until proven guilty. And so we don't have facts, and that's something that will be addressed in a court of law. What we do have for this project is we have an entitled project. And when the historic building on the site was demolished, the city required that a covenant be recorded on the property, requiring that no matter what happens to this developer or a future purchaser, anyone who ever owns this property and wants to develop it has to provide certain project elements and certain benefits to the public that were promised as part of the original entitlement. So that covenant runs with the land and is on the title of the property. So even if this developer sold the property in the future or there was a future purchaser, there are limits based on those original entitlements of what could be built. And also through the entitlements and various encroachment permits, the city requires different performance bonds and financial security to ensure that the property and the public right-of-way are properly maintained and improved as promised in the entitlements. So there are protections in place, no matter what happens in the future, to ensure that certain elements of the project are eventually built and that the city has protection through performance bonds and other financial security.
Now I'll turn to staff. Thank you for that.
Sure. Let me share my screen. Great. On the screen is an aerial overview of the subject property. The mixed-use project was approved in October 2014 and included 76 residential units, retail, restaurant, art gallery, design showroom, and office uses. Following approval of the project, the LA Conservancy filed a lawsuit challenging the CEQA review for the project. In late 2017, a court ruled in favor of the city. The court process delayed the implementation of the project, and all planning entitlement timelines were tolled for this period. The new expiration of the entitlement became March 19, 2021. In November of 2020, the city granted a one-time planning entitlement extension of 2 years. Actual consideration must commence prior to March 19, 2023, or the entitlements expire. Site clearing and demolition of the existing structures on the site started in March 2019. A building permit was issued in June 2019 to authorize the excavation and shoring. Shoulder piles were subsequently installed around the site. The approved project's building permits are set to expire in April 2022. On December 8, 2020, the applicant submitted a request to amend the entitlements that were approved for the mixed-use project. The request includes changes to the exterior design of the project, reduction in the retail floor area, and the number of residential units to 21 that are income restricted, and increase of the floor area for office use. The modified project follows the same general pattern of massing as the approved project and is designed to comply with the provisions of the Gateway Mixed-Use Overlay Zone. Because the amendment application was recently filed, staff has not completed its review analysis of the proposal. Analysis of the modified project is ongoing, The next steps in this process involves environmental analysis, public outreach, design review, and a public hearing before Planning Commission. It would go to Council on Appeal. The process of going through planning entitlements, a building and safety plan check, and completing construction of the modified project would take approximately 3 years, according to the applicant. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Anything else from staff before we go to our public speaker? Okay, Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We have one speaker for this item, Victor Omolchenko. Victor, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Good evening. This bait and switch effort involving a new architect is all rather disappointing, but sadly not surprising. This happens all too often in Los Angeles, but it should not be happening in West Hollywood. The City Council unfortunately adopted a statement of overriding considerations that said the benefits of the Melrose Triangle project would offset the loss of the historic streamlined modern pet hospital. That misguided finding also confirmed that traffic flow would worsen on the west side. 884 parking spaces were promised. Now only 521 spaces are provided. This project does not meet the area's parking needs nor our housing needs. 76 new housing units were proposed. Now we're only getting 41. That nearly 50% decline does not solve the housing crisis or help meet the regional housing needs assessment. In the words of the community advocate who mentored me, the beloved Jean Dobrin, who passed away a year ago, I find this whole bait and switch by the Charles Company and its affiliates disgusting. Now that I've gotten that off my chest, I suggest West Hollywood adopts a measure that states that no historic resource is prematurely demolished until the approved project is ready to proceed with actual construction, with proof of funding and commitments in place. Pasadena, for example, has this type of measure. It helps to prevent the unnecessary loss of a historic place or a city being faced with a blighted vacant lot when funding or partners or a project scope changes later. It's time for a new environmental impact report, and it's time to get the Historic Preservation Commission involved in the review process, because the city was assured that some of the streamlined modern building would be incorporated into the new design of the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now that was our only speaker, right?
That's correct, Mayor.
So I'll now turn to my colleagues for comments and discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm wondering if Adrian can please address some of Victor's questions about parking and the historic building and et cetera.
You're referring to the parking that's provided in the proposed project? The number proposed in the amendment meets today's code requirements. As far as the historic aspect, I can let Jen speak on that aspect.
Yeah, that's fine. The council adopted a statement of overriding considerations to allow for the demolition of the historic building. As Lauren Langer pointed out, that requires certain characteristics of the project. As we analyze this project, when we bring forward any sort of recommendation on the project, which, as we've mentioned, the analysis is not complete, we would be addressing those points as well in the recommendation on the project.
And what were the public benefits of the previous project? Iteration of the project?
They were in the staff report. I think Adrian probably has it more handy than I do.
And I didn't notice in the staff report, maybe I missed it, any information on the status of the Almont cul-de-sac?
There wasn't actually, the Almont closure. So the applicant did provide the funding for the traffic calming measures in that neighborhood. I don't have the latest updates on where that is in process or what's happening with that, but we can find out and let you know.
Okay, and then can you tell me how many square feet of residential in the new version versus the approved version?
Sure. Residential before had 77,000 square feet and proposed has 27,000 square feet.
I'm sorry, how many?
27,000.
Councilmember, I'll jump in on the public benefit part. So unlike some other projects that had development agreements that resulted in a public benefit analysis, this project is not approved through a development agreement. The general plan had been amended, so the project was complying with the general plan criteria. So the general plan did include a requirement for open space, and so that's what they're providing.
Okay, but now the cul-de-sac was part of the approval, though, of that.
That's
correct. The beautification of the Almont.
Mm-hmm. That was one of the conditions of approval, and they did provide the money. When you talked about public benefit, Mayor Pro Tem, were you referring to what were the offsets in the statement of overriding considerations? What were the overriding factors?
Right, the findings.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to clarify, and I can pull that up.
Jen, I have
There's
that.
another question. Yeah, oh, you have it? Okay, thank you.
So as far as the offset for the statement of considerations, the benefit included, it furthered the goals, objectives, and policies of general plan. It introduced a gateway development to mark the western entrance of the city. It provided low and moderate income housing, furthering the goals of the city's primary strategic plan. It also improved the long-term tax basis for the city to support services. And lastly was improvements of the pedestrian experience along Santa Monica Boulevard.
So there was nothing in there about the additional parking spaces, because I just seem to remember some discussion about having parking spaces available for the businesses across the street, like the club and
so the original project was parked to code, and but because there were so many daytime uses, there was availability for nighttime uses to use the parking that was for the office. So, off hours. There would still be opportunity for that, since this is still, the proposal is still an office heavy project. But we would have to look into what the extent of that opportunity is, again, as we analyze the project.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember D'Amico?
I guess I don't have any questions. I have some comments.
That's fine.
So I guess I want to thank the staff and Lauren Langer, because I'm very interested in the transparency around this project. I think so much time has passed that it's almost impossible to connect the dots between our decision points and where we are today. In fact, I think I might be the only member of the city council who voted on this and has a memory, though John Kehoe was certainly here and other staff. And for me, for my colleagues, for the community, I think we need to remember the unique characteristics of this project that were important in 2014 and I believe remain important today. There was an art gallery and a showroom space that were really based on the continuation of the arts and design district of Melrose Avenue. That this was supposed to be the introduction of that from the west side of the city, or the completion of that if you were heading west. There was also a much larger number of housing units as we were beginning in 2014, even almost a decade ago, to foreshadow our housing crisis in a complete way, understanding the severity that was about to come. And what it included even beyond that, and I wonder, Adrian, if you can put up one of the images of the facade,
sure.
Because I think maybe the Melrose Avenue facade.
Okay.
Because I think the one at the corner, if you can show that corner of Almont and Melrose. No, that's the new building. I'm talking about the old building. There we go. Go back one slide. So the other way back. There we go. So one of the things that was kind of important about this in terms of extending the idea about the arts and design district is that this building was designed sort of as a 21st century version of the case study house program that was very important in the early part of the 20th century in Southern California, in which graphic and severely modern houses were built on a hillside. And in this case, these sort of graphic and 21st century ideal housing was being built on this plinth of commerce and office buildings. And I think this was the kind of dialogue that the architect was having with the street, that the architect was having with Melrose Avenue as a design district. And so for me, these baseline requirements were important, I know, to the residents, to the businesses, to the neighborhood. And I'm not convinced that removing these important aspects are worth reviewing absent a comprehensive look at the entire site, its uses, and the city's priorities, both new and existing. Reducing the number of housing units in a housing crisis, it's like taking away umbrellas in a rainstorm, or cutting in half the number of pieces of candy from 30 to 15 in a room full of 45 kindergartners. There's real actual implications to what we're being asked to consider. But I know that what we were asked to consider in 2014, we adopted wholeheartedly. And so I would ask the developer, I would urge them to look back at those meetings and think through the changes that they're proposing. And more importantly, think through the ideas that we helped the developer to realize in 2014 and why they were important. I guess the last thing I would say is that some of the code changes with respect to the change in our green building ordinance, or perhaps the change in our parking ordinance, or perhaps, as Mr. Omachenko mentioned, what exactly are we doing with the historic resource? And is that consistent with what our Historic Preservation Commission was interested in? All of those questions are in fact answered if they would just build the project that's been approved. So I was looking for, Adrian, the 3-year timeline in the staff report, because I know that I read it, but what I remember reading was that it would be 3 years before construction started, not 3 years to the end of construction. And so I wonder if you could find that place in the staff report so that I can
Sure.
comment on that.
Yeah, it's under on page 5 of the report.
Yes.
The very top, it talks about
Next
3
step.
aspects. It would have been not just construction, but talking to the applicant, they mentioned 1 year for kind of the entitlement and plan check phase, and then lastly, 2 years for the build out.
Well, I build big buildings for a living, and I'm certainly willing to believe they could do that in a short amount of time, though given that it's taken a year for them to put in the lagging and move the dirt around a little bit, I'm not sure what the motivation might be at that point. But I think I think it's the most important part is really to sort of ask our staff, ask the developer to look back at what was decided then and determine if the reasons for changing it are more important than the very sophisticated set of reasons that came together in 2014. And thank you, Mayor.
We do have one public commenter who is trying to speak, and so I'm going to allow her to speak. Madam City Clerk, if you could allow that speaker, and then we'll go back to deliberation.
Thank you, Mayor. Bobby Edrick, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Good evening. I'm Bobby Edrick, captain of the Norma Triangle Neighborhood Watch, speaking in tonight in strong support of the proposed Melrose Triangle project, which is immediately adjacent to our neighborhood. It is important for me to participate in this evening, as our neighborhood will be the most impacted by the development of this property. We have long been waiting for the construction and completion of this project since it was first approved in 2014. We supported it then and we support it now, including the thoughtful revisions made to address the city's needs related to housing and office. We love it. We see it. We love the new modified version of the project, the design, the open space, the landscaping. It looks like the world-class project we deserve. It's been way too long seeing the gateway into West Hollywood in its ugly state. We urge the council to approve this project. It's been debated too long. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues, other colleagues, Councilmember D'Amico?
I mean, I think whether Lauren does or I do, I think it's important that we say we're not approving this project. They have an approved project that they're not building. I mean, that's really what's happening. They're not moving forward with the project they have. So to those in the Norma Triangle or West Hollywood West, this developer has been sitting on their hands since 2017 when the court decided in their favor, and is looking in some ways for other reasons to not continue.
Councilmember Erickson or Shine, do you have comments?
I just wanted to, I just had a question for Adrian. Much like you did with Mayor Pro Tem Meister for the new and old regarding residential, can you just, for the public benefit, because I want to thank Councilman D'Amico for talking about the public benefit, well, the benefits of the previous project. I was there. I was just Abby Land's deputy at the time, so I watched it, but I wasn't on the dais with you. But anyways, would you mind doing that, Adrian, real quick? Because I'm trying to find in the staff report, but I figured you have it handy.
Okay. The previous benefits I mentioned before, Councilmember Erickson?
No, in terms of office space, not residential.
Oh, the difference in square footages? Okay. The previous project had 137,000 square feet of office space, and the proposed project has 285,000 square feet of office space.
Thanks. And then my only other comment, Mayor, is that I agree with what Councilmember D'Amico is saying, and just in understanding the ways in which, you know, we're in a housing crisis. I understand that, you know, we want to make sure we're building housing, but the city, when I was there, did, you know, approve a project that had very specific land use goals for this site. And I would encourage them to remember that. And additionally, look at what those land use goals are overall now. And then ultimately, looking at the neighborhood involvement is critical. And so how they continue to go out there to the neighborhood, and that involvement is going to be key to, I think, whatever comes, if not comes before us. So that's all. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you. I think also, I think when this does eventually go to Planning Commission, something that I think would be helpful is for staff to tell planning commissioners why the zoning was changed for the general plan, for the new general plan. Because I think a lot of the goals that Councilmember D'Amico has alluded to is with the general plan goals, the whole reason that property was upzoned. So I think it would be important, since there'll be some new planning commissioners, for that history to be shared. Thank you.
And so I just want to say, I mean, tonight, as was stated, we're not commenting on a project. We're just getting an update in terms of the process. And 4 of 5 sitting council members did not have a say in what that project was that was approved in 2014. We're now in 2021 with a project that's been that has just gotten an extension at the end of last year. Precarious circumstances in terms of moving forward, and all kinds of things, as our city attorney alluded to, very complicated set of circumstances for us to be considering a project. And I also, in that time, whether it's the previous design or a new design, I don't know that any flagship tenants have been identified for this project. Things that you would expect to have happened in a timeline that started long before 2014, but an approval that actually happened in 2014. And I know in 2015, we as a council, as a new council at the time, discussed sunsetting entitlements for exactly a reason like this, that we don't want to have these projects drawn out and be problematic for the neighborhoods that are adjacent, and problems causing, created in neighborhoods and affecting people's quality of life. I have concerns about, the evidence of whether this project would move forward at all. And so I guess for me, I'll wait to see what happens through the public process that's going to move forward. Clearly, there's been recent media coverage of the project, and that's included comments from our residents. I'm listening to those. I'm paying attention to the goals that we have for express goals that we have for our city and our city's core values. But I also want to make sure that whatever is being considered is something that's actually going to be built, and that there's a commitment to making our neighborhood, especially an important gateway like this site is, making it whole and making it the kind of experience that we expect for a parcel like that. So I think it was important to bring this item forward for transparency for the public. Too often we hear of changes that happen after approvals, and there's like rumor of what's going on. And so I'm glad, even though it's sort of unorthodox, I think it's important that we had this opportunity to make visible and transparent to everyone exactly where the project's at and what the possibilities are. I read in the report that there are no options for additional extensions. So it's my understanding that the project has to be in some substantial way developed by 2023. Is that correct? And how do you define substantially developed? What would we expect to see if it meets that threshold?
We need to have the garage at least built out to have the permit in effect.
Okay. And
yeah.
And if that doesn't happen, they do not have the ability to extend this entitlement anymore. So they would have to start over even if they're mid-construction.
They would have to start all over again.
Okay. Is that?
Not if construction has begun, though. Right. If they've begun building and they've made steps towards actually creating a structure and having structural elements on the site beyond excavation, then once they're under construction, then they can keep going.
So Adrian said it was a garage and you're saying it's any construction. So I just want to be really clear to the public. How much progress needs to be made by 2023?
They need to begin building the subterranean portion. They need to be pouring cement, building something that becomes part of the building. So they don't have to finish the garage, but they need to be making it, if that makes sense. So they're going to dig a big hole. They're going to put a lot of structural components to hold the hole steady, right? They're going to have shoring elements in there. But then they need to actually start creating the building. And once they start doing that, that's what we consider actual construction.
So I just want to say in a different way, what I just heard is a garage, our expectation is, or what our process allows for at this point, is a potentially partially completed parking lot 9 years after an entitlement was granted by the city council. And I think that's, I understand we are where we are. I think that's problematic, but that's a separate conversation. But I think it's important for people to understand where we are in the process. So thank you for that clarification. Are there any other questions, comments?
I actually have a clarification. So Jennifer, were you talking about the building permit expiring or the entitlement expiring?
I was talking about the entitlement expiring. So once they've started construction, they can continue construction and their entitlement does not expire at that point. That's part of our code. And then once the building, then they have certain periods of time that they need to get inspections on their building and keep moving with their building permits in order to keep their building permits intact as well. But once they're under construction, their entitlements are vested.
So their building permit, if I understand it, expires a year from April 1st. Is the work they're doing now consistent with maintaining their building permit, or do they need to excavate and start the construction to keep their building permit?
I think that the permits that they have, they're doing the work that needs to be done to keep those alive for now. But I don't know, maybe John Kehoe has a little bit more information on the building side of it.
So they need to call for inspections on their building permits. I believe it's at least once every 6 months for work that is underway to keep a building permit alive. As long as there's active work taking place and our inspectors go out and inspect the work, then it's a live project, and so the building permits stay alive. That does give them a lot of time not to do anything between those inspections, but that's how the rules are written. So
yeah. All right. Thank you. I'm satisfied. I appreciate the late hour and all of the work you put into making this report. Thank you.
All right. No action is required on this item, so we'll now move on. Item 5C was added to consent, as was 5D. So the next item, and I think the next item on our agenda is discussion of dates for certifying election results, election of mayor and mayor pro tem, and terms for mayor and mayor pro tem. I'll turn it to our city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. The item before you mostly just provides direction to the city clerk's office regarding the certification of election results based on our new election date of November rather than March. But the item mainly is seeking direction from the council on the mayor and mayor pro tem rotation. Since we moved to the November election, there have been several items brought before the council to discuss changing the terms of the mayor and mayor pro tem rotation. And so this item is seeking clarification from the council if you would like to change the rotation dates, or if you want to keep them as they currently are, which is May to May. But the hope is to align them closer to the November election. However, it's at council's discretion. So if you will see on page 2 of the staff report, we've provided 3 options, which we think gets us to the January date in the most expeditious manner. But it also provides that the council could keep the current May to May terms.
And do we have any speakers on this item?
We do not.
Okay, so we'll get into discussion. Councilmember Shine.
Thank you.
Your volume's very low.
Oh, can you hear me? Is that better?
Slightly, yes.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, great. I have to just switch back and forth. I appreciate all of the options. For me personally, I think option 1 sounds like the most reasonable and practical option. So can you hear me, John Erickson? Because you look like you're, no. Okay, let me just take myself off of here. Is that better?
Much better.
Okay, great. I was saying that for me, option 1 seems like the most reasonable, practical option, which gets us to where we need to go. And I would actually like to, at this late hour, make a motion to move forward with option 1. So if we have a second, also open to hearing other comments.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the item?
I call the question.
Yes, you did. Madam City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
So the motion is to extend the term of the mayor and mayor pro tem by 4 months for a term of 1 year and 4 months. The city council will hold an election for a new mayor and mayor pro tem at the August 16th, 2021 meeting for a term beginning September 2021 through January 2023, another term of 1 year and 4 months. And this will create 2 rotations of 16-month terms and achieve the January to January rotation by 2023. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes. Thank you.
Have fun with that extension, Mayor.
I know. Careful what you ask for.
I want to be very clear. I did not ask for that.
No, we know. It's that pesky city clerk.
But I'm happy to serve, and if that is the wish of my colleagues in the community. So I now want to turn to item 2I for excluded consent. I know, I believe we have 1 speaker on this item, and then we can get into council discussion.
Yes, Mayor, we do have 1 speaker. Stephen Martin, if you are still on the call, if you could press *6 to unmute yourself, you will have 2 minutes to speak on item 2I. I don't think Stephen is in the meeting any longer.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then we'll get into discussion. Councilmember D'Amico, I think your comment, well, I don't want to speak for you, so can you perhaps restate what your request was?
Yeah, so thank you for bringing this forward. I just wanted to get make a part of the motion 2 things. One is, the first is to get at least 2 organizations who are involved in suicide prevention to weigh in, and whether they come to a meeting and speak and it's on the record, or they send a letter of their support for this. And then the second is that after it goes to all of the commissions, and maybe would include the Human Services Commission, it would come back to us to decide. And I know there's a timeline question. I would hope that this could be put on the May and June agendas for the commissions, and a July or August agenda for us, and we could get it up in September if that's how this plays itself out. But I just think that our I want to make sure we have some engagement from our social service agencies that provide these services, mental health and suicide prevention, and from organizations that do that, that are sort of third-party organizations that we don't pay, to get them to weigh in as well.
Are any other comments?
And I believe Councilmember Shine, you wanted to include, I just went back to my notes and you mentioned something about the hotlines as well, if I'm correct, right?
Yes, having whatever the memorial ends up being, having the Trevor hotline and or the National Suicide Hotline displayed, because I think it'll be helpful to get that information out to anyone who may be there that would need that info, because they do save lives.
And so, so I'm clear, both of those would be in addition to what the report is now, or you need to see a report come back to council that includes those items before we proceed?
No, we could just proceed. Yeah,
Okay.
and that was my sense. I'm not speaking for anyone else, but. Yeah.
Okay, great.
I would second that motion.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Just who made the motion? Did I?
I thought you made the motion.
I'm putting it on you so we move this forward.
Okay, let's do it.
Second.
That's a motion that we're
Yep.
gonna investigate this and then all those things, and it'll come back to the city council hopefully by August or
Well,
July, and we can put it up.
Okay, so that's gonna happen and we go through the process and that's when it comes back to the council?
Yes,
Okay.
right.
Okay, very good. I'm glad we had that clarification. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember D'Amico,
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson,
Yes.
Councilmember Shine,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister,
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes.
All right, and so now we have our final public comment section. Do we have any additional public comment tonight?
No, Mayor, we do not have any additional public comment this evening.
All right. Well, I know we had, some very sticky moments and in parts of the meeting tonight. And I just want to say that I think it's helpful when we really get clear about the issues that we're advocating for. I think that helps our arguments come across very well, and it helps us understand where each of us is coming from, rather than making it about the person who's making the comments. And so I just wanted to offer that as an observation, so we can all, kind of grow and work together as a new council, because there will be other times where we don't all agree, and hopefully this helps us move into those discussions with renewed perspective. So those are all my comments. Does anyone else have a comment for tonight? If not, Councilmember Shine.
Real quick, I just want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Meister for asking me to co-sponsor the item to encourage compliance in the business tax certificate program. I'm really glad that this passed on consent.
Thank you very much. We are adjourned.
Night, thank you.